It is a perfect evening in Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky, and a perfect evening for two of the Tri-State's two biggest games. We'll have those games and many more tonight in Red Zone style here on Friday Football Live. It is Moeller versus Elder at the Pit, where we will have full team coverage. And our Gracie Kopfer is in Northern Kentucky for the Highlands versus Cubcap game. Alyssa Lewis is back again this week covering Southeast Indiana. And Evelyn Wackler is in our Tri-State Media Center following all of tonight's top performances. Let's head out to the Pit to Ben Burdett and Brett McQuillan.
Thanks, Matt. Good evening here from the Pit. Alongside Brett McQuillan, I am Ben Burdett to see this GCL championship game between two of the best teams in the Cincinnati area, two of the best teams in Ohio, the undefeated Elder Panthers and the 5-1 Moeller Crusaders. Starting with Moeller, they're headlined by Matt Ponatasi, dual sport athlete. He's going to Kentucky for football and baseball, but man, he is good at football. 1,600 passing yards, 16 touchdowns to just one interception. His biggest weapon is the Louisville commit, Reggie Watson. He's only 5'8", but man, he can fly. He's been putting up big numbers all year long, and on the defensive end and throughout the rest of this Moeller roster, just star-studded, all kinds of D1 commitments, and one of the best teams in Cincinnati for a long time. But they're facing an Elder team tonight, 6-0, and they're hungry to pull off the upset.
Yeah, they're definitely hungry. They haven't beaten Moeller in the last 3 years, and every single game has been a blowout. But something to mention, from this Elder team is, of course, Caden Eastep, our quarterback. He's had a great year with over 1,500 total yards. Tommy Becker looks great from the run game. Offensive line looks great. Derek Uran's having a great season, so is Alex Dugan. So this is definitely going to be a star-studded matchup here tonight in the Pit. First time it's been sold out since 2009. That was Coach Ramsey's 200th win. Triple overtime win over Cole Rain. So it should be a great game here tonight in the Pit.
Yeah, not only you mentioned Elder's struggles against Moeller, but even though they're a lot evenly matched this year than in years past, but tonight there's going to be 13,000 strong here at the Pit, and certainly that can will the Panthers to what could be a massive victory. Well, it's going to be an amazing game here from the Pit. We sure hope so. Sending it back to Matt in the studio.
Defense off the field, but you're right, Lane. This is a new look Moeller offense. Gone are the days of Roman Mason and Javon Love. There's two deep outside threats they had the past couple of years. But Cooper McCutcheon's still a mainstay in this offense. The big tight end going to North Carolina. He's going to be a difference maker.
Difference maker is right. Number 17, David Bone, is out to the right side as a wide receiver. They also go with Reggie Watson to the right side. So they've got 4 wide receivers now. The backfield is just number 21, Dante Ware. Ware goes in motion to the right. Ponatowski looks to the right, now comes back left, throws it, is complete. The big guy McCutcheon across the 30. He's out to the 35-yard line, a gain of 12 and a first down for the Crusaders.
Elder's coaches are incensed on the sideline. They thought Brody Turner was held on the outside. I have to agree with them. But Moeller, really nice play design, especially on third down, was able to pick it up and move the change to their offense.
First and 10 now for Moeller at the 34-yard line. From right to left they go. 3 wide receivers set to the right side. They've got 1 to the left. Ponatowski sets up. And now we'll go to the right side and roll to the right, looking to throw it. He just throws it down as he almost, it was interesting. Uran was right up on him. He just threw it down.
And that was a bizarre play design from Moeller off the bat.
22, Tayden Lorenzen on the carry up the middle. There's a gain of 3 on the play, making it 2nd and goal for the Birds, right at the 6-yard line. Tayden Lorenzen on the run. There's a gain of 5 on the play, and it's 3rd and goal for the Highlands Bluebirds on the 1-yard line. Touchdown, Highlands! Number 22, Tayden Lorenzen, will bring it into the end zone for the extra 6 points on the board, bringing the score to 6-0, your Highlands Bluebirds. On to kick the extra point, number 49, Kai Anderson. The extra point is good, and that'll bring the Birds to 7-0.
He steps back at his 48, looking to throw. It is complete to Jocelyn at the 30. He's down to the 25, still with it to the 20, to the 19, to the 18 before Uran makes the tackle, but a gain of 24 yards for the Crusaders and another 3rd down conversion. That's 4.
And that's really just a special play to Matt Ponatowski. Really shows his veteran ability. Had nothing open downfield, waited for Jocelyn, his check down guy, to get wide open. The linebackers cleared out for Elder, and a wide open Tyler Jocelyn found a lot of running room, and another Moeller 1st down inside the red zone.
Big first drive for the Crusaders. They've taken the ball. They've gotten down to the Elder 19-yard line. 7:30 left here in the opening quarter. There is no score. 2 wide receivers set, one to the left, one to the right. In the backfield this time is Juice Glover Brown, and Glover Brown gets it inside the 20 to the 15-yard line before he is taken down there. Now in its 38th season, Prep Sports Radio is the longest broadcaster of high school sports in Cincinnati. Don't miss a beat. Follow at Prep Sports Radio on X and Prep Sports Radio Network on Facebook. 7 minutes and 3 seconds left in this first quarter. There is no score. Moeller knocking on the door. 2nd and 6 from the 15. 2 wide receivers to the left, one to the right. Ponatowski looks to the sidelines for a play. He's got to the left side of him is Juice Glover Brown, who carried the last one. They seem to move in and out of their running backs so far in this first quarter. 2 wide left, 1 to the right. Brown goes to the right side. Ponatowski moved him. And now sets up back at the 20 and now looks to throw to the right. It is complete to McCutcheon, and that is about right at the 10-yard line. And the Panthers do a good job on defense there with Aiden Sullivan right on top of them.
Moeller's going to go hurry up huddle.
And they quickly to move it with a 3rd and 1 at the 11-yard line. And they set up Ponatowski to the right to Brown. Brown inside the 10. He gets to the 5-yard line. And a gain of 6 and another 1st down. That's 5 3rd down conversions at least that I've counted.
And a really good play call by Moeller. Elder's defensive front not ready for the hurry-up huddle. Had a little late move on the defensive line. Tried to shift over in time and were unable to. And another 1st down for Moeller, and they're knocking on the door.
1st and goal from the 6-yard line. This drive started at their own 18-yard line, so they've moved it pretty well down the field. So a 1st and goal at the 6 with 6 minutes remaining and counting. To the left side, Reggie Watson, the wide receiver. To the right side is McCutcheon. Now looking to the right, throws it up top to McCutcheon in the end zone, and that's a touchdown. And Moeller takes the lead 6-0, pending this extra point.
That's what makes McCutcheon so good. He's just a really good jump ball threat, especially when you get down in the red zone. Saw a couple plays ago, he just boxed out the Elder corner, kind of did the same thing right there. And he was able to high point the football. As athletic as he is from the tight end position, really nobody can stop him in the low red zone, and we saw it right there.
82 yards on the drive, and that was impressive. 5 minutes and 50 seconds left here in the opening quarter. And number 6, it's Malabar to kick this extra point. And here's the snap, and the kick is up, and it is good. So with 5:50 left here in the opening quarter, it's Moeller on top, 7-0.
Pitch to the right side, getting on the outside, missing tackle. The Comets can't bring him down, and finally John Abrasom is taken down inside the 10. It'll be another first down for the Fairfield Indians.
Yeah, it looked like the first one there was number 5, Darren Knotts. He split through and then was unable to bring down the runner. Now it makes it 1st and goal for the Indians.
Just under 6 minutes in this first quarter of play. Comets went 3 and out. Indians now charging down this Mason defense. It's a Wheeler again in the backfield. He'll take it up the middle, and it's wrapped up by Alex Brown again.
And something that I've noticed so far for the Indians is they do a lot of that Tyreek Hill type motions when he was in Kansas City. Running around, kind of just trying to get the runner in motion to go on some of these routes. You see him, Tyreek Hill starts on one side of the formation, he'll go to across to the other, back to the other side. Kind of that motion that they've been trying to use so far in this game, and that's what they're trying to do, is get misdirection. Be timeout
by the Indians. You would think it'd be the Comets just the way this has started so far, but the Indians elect to call the first of the game. Just under 5 minutes in the game, in the first quarter. Indians trying to get on the board early. When they get on the board early at home, as we mentioned, the big win against Dakota West, only 10 points, but they only gave up 7 points in that game. So Fairfield got ahead in that game. If they can get ahead at home, one of the toughest places to play in GMC, Comets will have to come from behind.
Yeah, the Indians defense especially, the reason why they held
Ten more carries this season than Wheeler has. Wheeler, the junior, small, running back at 5'9", but has the big build of 175. 2nd and 4 at the Comets 4. Be a run to Wheeler. This time exit. Dominic back, takes it himself. And Alex Brown takes it. At the last play, will they give it to him? They will not. They'll mark him just short, knee down before Alex Brown got it.
Wow, he ripped that one out, and that one was close. I think he probably got that one ripped out before the knee went down. Unfortunate there.
As Brown kind of wrapped him up and then took him down, and back was kind of already on the ground, but that's maybe why we haven't seen a lot of back. Ball securities. Motion to the right. It'll be Wheeler up the middle. Comets just missed the tackle, and Fairfield will start the game on the board, 6-0.
Yeah, A.J. Kaler got in there immediately and was unable to wrap up and make the tackle. He got in there so quick. If he was able to wrap that one up, that one could have been a major loss on 4th down. Unfortunate there for the Comets.
Hunter Gagnon on the extra point. He's missed one this year. He's missed 2 field goals out of 6 attempts. This one is up and perfect. 4 minutes left in the first quarter. The Comets go 3 and out, and Fairfield takes advantage and gets to the end zone.
I'm expecting a huge bounce back here for D'Angelo Birch and this Comet offense. They need to get the run going. They really got neutralized on that first drive because they had the first down run get stuffed immediately, and then D'Angelo Birch tried to do that rollout pass, and that's when he got sacked for the loss of 7. I think they need to get Birdsong back in the backfield a little bit and try to get him some carries on the inside, and then work in that motion, that kind of read counter with D'Angelo Birch and get him up the middle for his short burst. Obviously, D'Angelo Birch had that huge game against Lakota East and had 4 touchdowns against Lakota East, and that's what really won them that game, was D'Angelo Birch on his legs. So they need to give it to their X factor, Birch, and just let him run.
It's been a lot of running up the middle from Birch. Very durable guy, not a guy that's gotten hurt.
Above anything else, the kids had a great experience and great memories of what football was like for them in high school. Yeah, the winning is nice, but you know, that's a great thing for that young man. He's come out his senior year and get to go through this with his buddies. It's life-changing sometimes.
Yeah, he's had a great run. Big part of that state Final Four baseball team and basketball player as well. Daniel, with pressure, he's going to get it off, and that's a completed pass to Smith, and he's going to get all the way down to the 12-yard line.
That was a nicely set up screen, but they got somebody through and had pressure on Devlin, and he was still able to escape and make the throw. I was afraid we'd have linemen downfield on a screen when you get a late throw like that. Some of the linemen drift downfield.
So the Braves knocking on the door, are already up 14-0 here in the first quarter.
There it is. Look at that.
Coach,
Wow.
You look at a situation like that, tell me what's going through your head.
I mean, I just can't help feeling sorry for anybody that has to defend him. He's the real deal.
It's funny, you know, you just watch maturation. Of course, he played a ton as a freshman. He was a starter, had some injuries, and was out a little bit. But you just look at how he's matured and his style of play and, you know, a leader. I was fortunate that when he was a freshman to have him for basketball. I think you came over, that was the year you were at LaSalle High School to see us play. And, you know, Devlin, I think we could have run plays for Devlin all night and gotten him about 6 points. But that wasn't the point. Great teammate, a guy that, you know, there were no 50-50 balls when Devlin Daniel was on the floor. They were 100-0 balls all in our favor. And a guy that would do anything to help his teammates. And that's really, Coach, where I had an appreciation for him. He's doing that to stay in shape and be part of something and be with some guys and the friendship and the camaraderie. But he's out there playing harder than anybody and doing it for his teammates. And when he wasn't in the game, he's up cheering for guys. You know, I think the one thing about this quarterback is every one of these kids gets the sense of how good a person he is and how much he cares, and he's a winner, and they want to follow him.
Yeah, and he's handled the success so well. I got to meet him as well, and he's so humble, and you know, when it coaches kids, tend to be like Devlin. Now, not as talented, but they usually do things right. They usually have a positive attitude. They usually are leadership because that's all they hear. And I know his father is a great baseball coach. And he's just a good kid, and there's no jealousy or anything that he's having too much success. These kids love him and respect him.
Daniel took it down right at the goal line, and the Braves are going to have an opportunity here. Both Ashton Graham and Evan Riggs in the backfield with Daniel. And it's going to be Ashton Graham in for the score. Talk about that formation, Coach, and what that presents late in the year when you see two backs there.
Yeah, you got three backs there because, you know, that he could fake to one of them, hand to the other one. He could fake to both of them and keep it himself. You know, as good as they are up front, there's so many things you can do with that split back. And you've got a smart guy. You know, Devlin is smart. He knows what to do with the ball and distribute it.
Santa once again is good. And this is a guy, you know, looking at the kicking game, Coach, when these games start to tighten up in the postseason.
It's a simple, same concept. Every team's got one in the playbook. The way Cade did the throw, especially that big part of the field with as much touch as he has, it's an easy throw every time. You usually get the receiver lined up against a linebacker, beats him into the outside, and it's exactly what Waldman did right there. First down of the ball game for Elder.
1st and 10 for the Panthers at the 42-yard line. Two wide receivers to the left side. Ruth lines up with Wallingman to the left. And setting up for the Panthers. Now looking. And rolling is E-step, throwing down the field. He looks for Ruth at the 39-yard line.
Tracking Ruth pretty well in the back end. I thought there was no way Cade was going to rip that football, but put it exactly where it had to be for only his guy to have a chance. That's an unbelievable throw, Lenny.
Unbelievable throw and a great catch by Jackson Ruth. And they've been, you know, Ruth has been able to do it all year. He's got 20, now he had 29 catches coming in with 2 touchdowns and over 427 yards. And he's been the blanket for, security blanket now for 1st and 10 at the 39-yard line for E-step. 2 wide receivers to the right. Becker in the backfield. The fake, the throw, it's complete. Walpole right at the 31-yard line. A gain of 8 on 1st down for Chase Walpole.
A really nice, easy throw for Cade Neesop right there. Just a no-look heel. Jimmy Becker with a pistol right behind him. It was just a slant right across the middle. Linebackers evaded the ear. Found Walpole really easy and really nice. Close to a 1st down. Sets Elder up nicely on 2nd and 1.
And 2nd down and 1 at the 30-yard line. 30 seconds to go in this one. It's the first time Elder has trailed in GCL play this season. 1 wide receiver. Now make that 2 to the right side. Becker in the backfield in a pistol. And now rolls to the right, throws it. It's complete. 15. And he's got to the 10. And he's out right there at the 10-yard line.
The quarterback battle we knew we had coming in tonight, and I am just so impressed with some of these tight window throws he's getting away with right now. But that's just how special his arm talent is. He can fit into some windows that a lot of other guys cannot.
They marked it at the 14-yard line is where they got him. The Panthers got a 1st down and 10. 15 seconds remaining in this 1st quarter. Moeller on top, 7-0. Their first drive led to a 6-yard touchdown pass from Potakowski to McCutcheon. Panthers have Walpole, Ruth, and Wallingman to the left side. Sets up with an empty backfield and E-step. E-step with a 1st and 10 at the 14. Gets the snap, looks to run, spins a little bit, and still with it, still running, and not much back to the line of scrimmage, but it was a lot of movement and didn't get much.
You could tell this has been the focal point as we're going to head to the second quarter. It's been the focal point of Moeller's defensive mentality. It's been stopping the quarterback run. They've done a really
As time expires in the first quarter, 4-7, 0. Plato's Closet is stocking up, which means it's payday for you. Sell the trendy, gender used clothes, shoes, and accessories you are no longer wearing. So Plato's Closet, get paid cash on the spot. Plato your closet, man. Cash
This is just not what we say. It's what we do. For 10 years, you've trusted us to do it right. This is only the beginning.
The old Sears Store is open throughout the week, including game days, an hour before kickoff, and they're open through halftime.
We drive peace of mind. We're still.
Comets will wrap them up just at about the line of scrimmage. Maybe second and about 10.
Yeah, I don't know what really happened on that one. Again, it just has to be drawn up to miscommunication between Booker and Back. It looked like it was going to go further outside, but then Back didn't, lead on the outside. Or it could have been more inside, but Back just opened up the wrong way, or Booker didn't go the full way.
As Fairfield will elect to take into the second quarter, a disaster first half for the Comets. They only trail 7-0 as we head into the second quarter.
Loveland's credit, they come right back down the field. Hand off, he's hitting the backfield.
He goes nowhere. That's Josiah Hill on the tackle there. Sorry, Rael Kelly, not Josiah Hill.
Clock moving, 9:13 in the half. Loveland Tigers come up with another set of people. I'm guessing number 28 is going to get this ball.
Well, here we go. Let's see. It's 3rd down and 2. Third goal.
Oh, there's the backfield.
He goes nowhere.
They blew that up.
He's barely able to get the handoff off. As the Warriors defense left him no time. That'll be ruled a sack there by the
Loveland back, number 1, Tyler McCaleb, slow getting up.
What is going on with our camera?
4th and 2.
Okay. We apologies in advance for any
gonna
flickering
try
of the
field
camera
goal.
we have. We are having some technical difficulties with our camera tonight.
Kick is up.
Kick is up, and it is good.
So with 13 left to go in the half here from Frederick Stadium. We have a score.
Motion. This time Alvey keeps it.
Very good fake. Tell you what, I think most of the eyes in the stadium went with Nasir Salam, but it was Avi keeping it, goes up the middle, and will bring up a 3rd and 5. The Lancers need the 8-yard line for a first down.
Nice, boring play. Run between the tackles on first down. Gets 4 yards. I'll take that every time.
Talked about the
second down,
Moeller-Elder game. The Lancers will play down the road next week at St. X. The Bombers tonight are hosting the #1 team in the state of Kentucky, Louisville Trinity.
Their only loss is to Moeller by 3 points.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough game tonight. Pass!
Lester!
Touchdown! Lester!
Senior night
12
touchdown!
yards out. What can you want? A senior combination.
Love it.
Carter to Lester for a touchdown. And what could be better, Martin, than to get your first varsity touchdown on senior
so
night?
Cool. That was so cool to watch. First thing I thought of, all the work that kid's put in these 4 years. That feeling in his chest right now is he's about to explode. So cool. Congrats to Ron. Congrats to Ron Lester!
8:05 left.
To the left. E-step in the backfield. He's back at the 23. Now steps at the 25, rolls and spins, looking to throw down the field, throws it into the end zone. It's a touchdown in the end zone. It's Jackson Root, and the Panthers with an extra point for tying this one up.
What an unbelievable catch by Jackson Root. That was unbelievable. And we see the playmaking ability, the improvisations of Caden Easton when he gets out of the pocket. Look out. He found his favorite receiver downfield, had a defender draped all over him, but Jackson Root did the rest. Gigantic play from the really talented senior wide receiver.
3rd touchdown of the year for Jackson Ruth. Couldn't come at a bigger moment. Right now it's 7-6. Looking to add this extra point is Ray with Walpole to hold. Here comes the snap, the hold, the kick is up, and this one is good. So with 11:15 to go, second quarter, we are all tied up at 7 in the GCL play on the Prep Sports Radio Network. We'll be right back.
Fingertips, not as bad, but still bad.
Be a run up the middle. Just about a gain of a couple. They're from Noggle.
Noggle had his breakout against Hamilton. That's when he took his first carry of the season, 50 yards downfield, to set the Comets up for another touchdown later in that game to eventually take the lead 28-21.
Comets looking for that big breakout play. Birch will roll out to the right. Will have a man and thrown into the zone. Birch did not recognize it. Should have been intercepted. Was trying to find Brandon Birdsong, the newly wide receiver of today's game. And man, what another costly, could have been costly mistake. Birch not reading it was zone. He thought it was man-to-man. Had the out route on the right side.
Yeah, and that's kind of a mistake there by Birch, going with his primary target. His primary target on that play is Birdsong, and sticking with his primary target. Not using his eyes, looking to see who else is open, and kind of...
their halfbacks has definitely been a slow start. Vollmer had a nice initial rush, but that's kind of cooled off. All credit to players like Anthony Callaway, who are able to really protect those lanes, and he's been a guy who's come down with some of those tackles.
Vollmer now going to go out in motion to Fry's right. Fry takes snap. He'll roll out to the right. He's going to throw this one to Vollmer. And the tackle made by number 24, Luke Vise. Going to make the impact to cause Vollmer's drop there.
So now that sets up for a 3rd and 11. One of the first times we've seen this Bomber offense face down a 3rd and long. That's been an area that they wanted to get better in. We'll see if Fry can get a nice pass in or go for another nice rush to get this first down.
So Fry takes snap, pressure coming quickly. It's going to be bobbled by Christian McDonald. It'll be ruled incomplete.
Yeah, just nothing went right there on that screen pass. He was
So Fry with 2 receivers to his left and right. He's going to drop back. He's going to throw this one through the middle to Jake Britt. And it's going to be off the fingertips, incomplete.
very nice.
So the first turnover downs by the Bomber offense.
Yeah, Burns Crump was right in there on that play. That would be the second time that he's locked down one of those receivers, and yeah, very nice drive from him. Leads to Trinity getting the ball back. That's a much-needed stop, as that 17-point margin only feels bigger as you get closer to halftime.
Johnson takes the snap. He's going to hand this one off. And they're going to go nowhere. That attempt by number 8.
First down. It is 4th and 5. Gabe Williams with the reception from number 22, Tayden Lorenzen. And that'll bring the Highlands Bluebirds to first down, Highlands. It is now 1st and goal for the Birds at the 4-yard line. Tayden Lorenzen on the carry. There'll be a gain of 2 on the play, and it is 2nd and goal for the Birds, right at the 2-yard line. Touchdown, Highlands! Tayden Lorenzen will run the ball in for the extra 6 points on the board. And that'll bring your Highlands Bluebirds 16-7 in this second quarter. And Anderson's extra point is good. And that'll bring the score 17-7. Your Highlands Bluebirds.
At this time, we would like to thank our Highlands Boom sponsorships. Highlands Athletic Booster Association, Touchdown Club of Fort Thomas.
Run
Team
this
play
ball.
here. Fakes right, throws left, even tricked our cameraman. Jukes a receiver, a defender. Jukes another one, but eventually the Loveland defense will get to him.
So Bryshon Brown back in the shotgun. Trips right. He's going to have to run this ball. Straight drop. He's looking to throw. Ball's caught at the 15-yard line, and that's about it.
Johnny
Going
Travis.
to make it third down.
Travis got brought down by, looked like the back of his pads. Good pass. Tries to juke a defender, then he'll just get the outside leverage. Looks like he gets brought down by the horse collar.
That would look kind of horse collar. Clock rolling, 3:35.
I guess the refs will just let him play there.
Yeah, they didn't call that face mask a while ago that they could have called. 3rd and 12.
3rd and 12. Brown looks left, throws.
Incomplete. At some point, they're going to have to see what this field goal kicker can do.
Yeah, I mean, fourth down and 12, Jake. This offense
And here he comes.
The offense has been good. I don't think they'll be able to get it, and that's why they'll bring the field goal crew out onto the field.
Michael Galeas, senior field goal kicker. Looks like this is going to be,
Looks like this is going to be a
33-yarder?
Yeah, 33-yard field goal. 32-yard field goal.
Yeah, well, the Warriors need to find out what this guy could do before it's absolutely needed. Kick is up.
Kick is up, and it
Plenty
is
of
good.
distance. And that kick is good.
That had all this distance and more. Looks like the Warriors might have solved their kicking problems that they've had in the past.
With 3:07 left to go in the half here, we have a score of your Winton Woods Warriors 9 and the visiting Loveland Tigers 3.
Back to pass. Fires.
Come on,
looking
Teron.
for Lester, and it's off the hands of Teron Lester down at the 5-yard line. But
Took a shot deep on 4th and 5. Almost. It was off his hands. He's got to make that catch, man.
he had Nasir Salam coming out of the backfield. He was open. Not sure if he could have gotten the 5 for a first down. Coach McLaughlin is having a discussion with our referee, Rob Lambert, about the no call on what we thought was offsides on Ron Colley. Well, the side judge finally, I guess, put his hearing aids in because he actually addressed the Lancer coaching staff. 1st and 10, Ron Colley. You know, I say every week I'm going to be nicer to the officials. One of these weeks I'm going to stick to that pledge. Ash will keep it. Goes up the middle, and boy, coming up with a solo tackle.
Claude Moore.
Mr. Nutton. And boy, it's good to see Claude back. Came in with 19 tackles on the season. And
Shout out
the team with 2 interceptions.
Shout out to Mr. Koenig watching poolside from Hawaii. Oh,
wow.
jealous.
Boy, are we
Send pics. Long time score.
After the play, that'll bring the Colonels to 3rd down. From the 7-yard line, it's 3rd down. Number 2, Cash Hardy will be tripped up at the 5-yard line by Gabe Williams. There's a gain of 2 on the play for the Colonels, and it's 4th down for Cov Cath. Colonels will take their 2nd timeout of this first half. There are 48 seconds remaining in this first half of Highlands football. From the 5-yard line, it's 4th down. Touchdown, Colonels. New coverage for the Birds, number 14, Jimmy Cox. That'll bring the Colonels up an extra 6 points, bringing the score 17-13, Highlands Bluebirds. On to kick the extra point, number 96, Logan Zembrot. extra point is good.
Ponatowski sets up, and now Brown in the backfield looking in the end zone. Ponatowski rolling, looking to throw. Down in the end zone. That should be a safety if that's a hole in the end zone. That should be some points for the Panthers. Is that a safety?
We'll see, but
if it's a hole in the end zone, that's a safety.
Number 77, the rest are sorting out right there. But Clell Johnson, the right tackle, just having his hands full with Derek Duran rushing off that edge, hasn't been able to do anything really except hold him all night long. Elder begging for a safety. Let's see what the officials rule here.
Whether or not it was in the end zone or not, that's the question. If it was, then it is a safety, but they might say it was outside of the end zone, and that will lead to lose half the distance.
Lewis about to blow off this play. So looks like they're defensive pressure over to generate just with 3 guys rushing. You see Derek Duran right there. The transfer is full all night long. You see on the screen right there. Got him in the end zone. And that's going to be a safety. Wow. Just what I would need, especially as we head towards the end of this first half.
Panthers will get the football back, and they lead at 9-7. And the best thing about it is that they get a decent drive. They get the ball first in the second half as well.
Have to capitalize.
Field right behind Hutton.
Snoggle will look to throw to the right side. It's Birdsong, but he all over Birdsong is the right side of one of the Indians.
And Noggle did a great job there throwing that ball before Birdsong broke to the outside to try to get that ball right in his hands before he even turns his head.
Yeah, good throw overall from Noggle. It's a 3 wide receiver set at the bottom of the screen. It'll be Noggle to fake. It'll end up being a screen pass. McBarry trying to find his way to the edge. Will be just about a yard. 35 seconds left. Will the Comets take it into the half, or will they go?
And they're kind of in that no man's land.
Offensive line, so that's just one piece of it that they don't get.
Johnson going to throw this one through the middle, caught by Hagan. And he'll pick up the first down, getting it to the 49.
So now Hagan quickly becoming one of the more successful Trinity receivers. You got the lone touchdown and now still making waves in that second drive.
And now the 19, but a gain of 7 on first down.
this drive. Clock stays rolling. We're going to be down under 2 minutes by the time this ball snaps. And Moeller's offense watching from the sideline.
The reason is they've been on the field a while. You know, you get a little tired. That's what happened. 2nd down and 3 at the 19-yard line for the Panthers. Ruth will stay wide to the left at around the 20. He'll go in motion now. And now they give to Becker to the right. Becker spins, and Becker's getting to about the 15-yard line. And with that carry, close. Tackle by Andrew Brigham, making the tackle. The clock continues to run. The minute 45 to count.
Now, if you're Elder, you want to get underneath 30 seconds with the ball still in your hands. Got to protect the football here. You got to end with points, whether that's 3 or that's a touchdown. We know which one Coach Ramsey's going for here, but you got to end with the ball in your hands under 30 seconds.
1st and 10 at the 16. You got 3 wide to the right, 2 to the left side. Empty backfield for Easton. Big play here on this 1st and 10. Now Easton looks to the left, throws it to the left. It is incomplete. It was intended for Ruth, but it was knocked away by Jake Shookman. He went right back to Shookman after that, went right back to his side.
And really, Shookman responded in kind right there. Really nice play to avoid the contact and get enough of the football to distract Jackson Ruth, tip the thing out of the way. And
set to the right, 2 to the left. Empty backfield for Easton. Steps back at the 21, throws it into the end zone.
very upset with these pass interference calls, but they're just dragging the Elder receivers down.
You can't do that.
Wally in back of the end zone. Not sure he would have had a chance to catch it, but it was close enough. The official had to call it.
Yeah, it's not the matter if you can't bring him down like that.
And it's been interesting to see Elder move.
After the play, that'll bring us to the end of first half of Highlands football here in Fort.
It's a 1st and goal at the 4 now on the strength of that. So the Panthers with the lead 9-7 with a minute 14 to go in the second. Becker is going to be in the backfield. We'll see what the Panthers do. They've got a lot of options here. They've got Becker to the left side of Eastep. They've got Ruth to the right as a wide receiver. They go set and now give to Becker, and he's immediately taken in the backfield by big number 97, Christian Harris, making the tackle.
And that is a big kid in Christian Harris. You mentioned he's going to Wake Forest next year, and he is the prototypical defensive tackle, and he is a big defensive tackle for high school football. Elder unable to get in there, but they're going to start making Moeller burn some timeouts here.
6'2", 300. He's a big dude. When it comes to your heating and cooling system, you seldom think about it until there's a problem. And if there is, that's when you need to contact Schmidt Heating and Air, which are celebrating 70 years of service. Basically, maintenance to me.
That's going to put them down now 3-yard line?
I think so, Jim.
4-yard line? That's one thing Connersville doesn't want, Jeff, just free yards for East Central. Pitch to Zamir Whitaker. Touchdown Trojans. Zamir punches it in.
With Ruth, and he goes to the right. Looking to Ruth. He throws to the right.
Ruth found himself wide open. Really good job by Ryan to avoid enough contact to not get the OPI. Now we're heading towards halftime. Up a score and a half, or 2 scores.
Yeah, 15-7, pending this extra point. And sets up Ray. Ball pulled a hole. The kick with the right foot is up, and it is no good. No good. A minute 3 left in the second quarter. 15-7 lead. We'll take a timeout on the Fresh Sports Radio Network.
Carnelli holds that 1974 recommends Craft Electric for all your commercial telecommunications projects in Cincinnati, Columbus, and Asheville. Paul is a compensated endorser. Craft Electric is a proud supporter of Elder Athletics. Elder High School was built on over 100 years of
Five-yard variety, I think is what he signaled. That's what it looked like, yeah. That's not what they stepped out there. Connersville gets another crack at it. Flanagan this time in at quarterback, and he's brought down without much of a gain. That was number 0 on the tackle, Jake Baer. Short gain on the play, say 2nd and 9.
Back at the 35 and looking, stepping up, throwing down the field, and it's complete and going to run for a touchdown. 58 yards on the touchdown pass. And it was 19, it was Reggie Watson making the touchdown catch. And just like that, the receivers pulled it within 2.
And score, you just give them any sliver of life, they're going to run away with it. And what an unbelievable catch by Watson. You mentioned earlier in the game on the hold. Looks like Miller's going to keep their offense out here for the 2-point conversion, but Watson just breakaway speed, was able to run right by the Elder defensive backs and into the end zone.
So Elder had scored 15 in this quarter and unanswered until that touchdown of 58 yards with Ponatowski. And the Crusaders call their final timeout to get set up for this, the 2-point conversion. Shop online or in person.
From their own 10.
Great.
The left side. So we'll see what Ponatowski does. He throws it to the left, and it is incomplete. So, two-point conversion is no good with 48 seconds left in this second quarter. 15-13, Elder on top. We'll take a quick timeout for the Prep Sports Radio Network.
From uniforms and sports gear, fan apparel and promotional items, the Underground Sports Shop takes pride in providing you with the customized products you need and the service you deserve. For over 20 years, the Underground Sports Shop has been a local favorite for sports teams, fans, and businesses who are looking for quality products and prices they can afford. Give them a call at 513-751-1662 or visit them online at undergroundsportshop.com.
Yes, your contributions make local Catholic radio possible. So if you didn't get any amount, please visit Sacred Heart Radio account. Contact Fanny or use Venmo at Sacred Heart Radio.
Welcome back to the pit at Elder High School. It's been an exciting football game tonight. Elder with a 15-13 lead over the Crusaders. They got a touchdown and the two-point conversion was no good. Elder, meanwhile, had a safety, but then they missed the extra point on a touchdown.
It's been a bizarre football game, but we are getting everything we could have hoped for right now. Capacity crowd here at the pit. Everybody's excited, and this is going to be shaping up to be a really, really special second half football.
Malabar will look to set this extra point up. And will kick it off, rather. And he will kick it to about the 1-yard line. Picked up. It's Walligman, not much doing there. He gets to about the 13-yard line. Panthers will have the football with 44 seconds left, but they get the ball first in the second half.
Yeah, for Coach Ramsey, you got to be content just going into the half, up 2. Really, I don't think anybody in Ohio and Cincinnati expected this result at the half, except for this Elder team. They knew they could hang with the Crusaders. They've done just that so far, and it's going to be really interesting to see how the second half plays out. Norfolk's going to give their all.
15-13, Elder with the lead. 44 seconds, Elder with the touchdowns, with an 18-yard touchdown. Jackson Ruth in the second from E-Step. And they also got a 7-yard touchdown from Ruth from E-Step to make it 15-7. The extra point was no good. A two-point safety, a holding in the end zone by Moeller. Moeller gets a 6-yard touchdown. Ponakowski over to McCutcheon, and then a 58-yard touchdown catch. And now the Panthers get it, and they're going to run it up the middle and get it to about the 27-yard line. A gain of 13 for Tommy Becker, and they continue, the clock continues to run as they set up now with 37 seconds. 3 wide receivers sent to the right. And E-Step going to run it. E-Step still with the football and runs across the 30 to the 35-yard line. And with 24 seconds and the clock continues to run now, we get a timeout by the Panthers. So the Panthers with 27-yard line inside with 22 seconds, they still got a shot here.
Wow, and they got 2 of their really most successful run plays of the ball game on those 2 last plays. And kind of changed the mindset for Coach Ramsey. It's near midfield now. He's going to start using a timeout.
Motion goes Walligman to the right. Now it's E-Step looking to throw, and now he gets a bit of pressure and just throws it to the sidelines, incomplete. And no one could get that with 15 seconds to go.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that was probably the last play. Elder's going to try to push down the field. Kind of a dangerous throw from E-Step. Fortunately enough, he threw out of bounds.
And we got an injured Moeller Crusader right on the Elder sidelines. With 15 seconds left here.
Once again, Elder High School would like to thank our
In the second, it looked like it was Mario Marino Middleton.
McDonald's, Skyline
number
Chili,
4.
Jack's Glass and Wilson Engineering. We appreciate their continued support.
Going into the half, you're really looking for football with as little time as there is on the clock. You don't want to give Moeller another extra possession. So We'll see what the decision is, but Elder's got to be okay just going into half.
Yeah, with a 3rd and 1 at the 36, 15 seconds left. Elder with the lead, 15-13. As mentioned, Elder got all 15 points here in the second quarter. Jackson Ruth with 2 receiving touchdowns, a safety, and Moeller getting a 58-yard touchdown from Ponatowski to Watson, and an early touchdown in the first half. Ponatowski to McCutcheon, and it's 15-13 is your score. Tonight's game is brought to you by Cooper Electric. It's proud to support Elder football. Reliable service and quality service is the hallmark of Cooper Electric's business. Upgrading your electrical service for your home or business is easy with Cooper Electric. Cooper Electric at 513-271-5000. So, and they trying to get him off on the sideline. Middleton getting a hand. Yeah, he's in a ton of pain. He's going to go off. Hopefully he's okay.
Looks like the initial kind of visual for us was they were stretching him just for cramp on the lower leg, which any athletes out there, you know that Charlie horse will come up and get you. So unable to walk on his own power, but hopefully he's all right.
So the Panthers will see what we do here with 15 seconds to go. As Coach Ramsey talking to the team on the field. And let's see if they get ready to snap this football with 15 seconds left. 3rd and 1 for the Panthers at the 36-yard line. Coming up at halftime, the Red River Gorge Cabin Rental halftime report with the guys, Mark Bengal, Steve Bengal, and Tom Kenny. Will give you scores from everywhere around games that are on tap tonight. 3rd and 1 at the 36-yard line as we get ready to run this play. And now a knee by Cade Niesteppen, and content to go into the locker room. So an exciting first half of play. The Elder Panthers on top by a slim margin, 15-13. This one's going to be a good one. Stick around to the end. Again, coming up at halftime, the Red River Gorge Cabin Rental halftime report. And we'll take a timeout. 15-13, Elder with the lead.
Next Friday, Elder High School will host its
Welcome to tonight's Friday Football Live Top Performers segment. I'm Evelyn Wackler. Well, it's that time of the season when the names of certain players are starting to become well known to local high school football fans. One such name is Grant Nuri. The highly productive quarterback from Kings High School, Nuri's put up big offensive numbers all season long, and last week was no exception. Nuri threw for well over 400 yards and 5 touchdowns as the Knights defeated Lebanon. And there were several other 5-touchdown performers last Friday. Among them was Lloyd quarterback Caleb Evans. He threw for 5 touchdowns against Pendleton County, helping the Juggernauts to stay undefeated. Beechwood wide receiver Tyler Fryman found the end zone 5 times as he scored once rushing.
At the 25, if he picks up one block, might not need a block. 20, 15, 10, 5 touchdown. Mercy. That kid can run.
Once on a punt return and 3 times receiving. The effort helped the Tigers put up 68 points in its win over Owen County.
Up to the 50, cuts it back to 45, 40, and that is over. 30, 20, 10, and gone. Tyler Fryman, touchdown.
East Central quarterback Noah Maple put 5 touchdowns on the board as he threw for 4 and ran for 1. His Trojans destroyed South Dearborn 66-6. And Coleraine quarterback Roman Gar threw for 5 touchdowns to lead the Cardinals to their first win in nearly 3 years as they defeated Sycamore by 10 points. And maybe the top performance from last Friday night came from Lakota West kicker Kofi Adjubofor as he hit a school record 56-yard field goal.
It's good! It's good!
Remember, you can watch real-time great plays by great players each week in Red Zone style here on Friday Football Live. Our live stream can be found on YouTube at Friday Football Live. Also visit our website, TGIF Football, to learn more about us. And follow us on Instagram and X at TGIF Football. And don't forget, our show concludes each week with the High School Football Tonight radio show produced by TriStateFootball.com on either ESPN 1530 AM or Fox Sports 1360 AM. Now back to the games.
goes. There's the touchdown for East Central.
And I think that was Zamir again.
I think it was Zamir again. It's great to see Zamir get a second touchdown tonight. I remember when he was running around the middle school.
Yeah, he's been a guy that's been waiting in the wings for a while and just hasn't got the opportunity that maybe he thinks he needs or others think that he should get. Good to see him getting in there. He's a great kid. I know
he is a great kid.
Seeing him around things in JV last year and stuff, he was a very good teammate and one I know that the kids like.
Selhorst gets the snap down again. Caney's kick is good. He's been perfect on the night. Again, the Trojans perfect. 35-0, Connersville Spartans.
Yeah, we kind of almost talked him into that, I guess. Talking about trying not to do those things, have those little mental mistakes, physical mistakes, and control what you can control. When you give the ball to a team like East Central on the 11-yard line,
Live from Highlands, where it's currently halftime, the Bluebirds are up 17-14 as they really are just making all these big drives to score these awesome touchdowns. It's really awesome to watch. But I did hear one of the coaches telling some of the players to be more patient, to slow down, let the plays develop. They have the strengths, they have the knowledge, but let's work that out on the field a little bit. On the other hand, Cove Cath, they do have 14 points. They're making some rookie mistakes, it feels like, even though they both have great successful teams. So let's see what happens here tonight, the rest of the night. I'll keep you updated. This is Gracie Copper reporting live.
Fantastic.
I mean, they come back exhausted.
Oh, it is exhausting.
The kids and the chaperones.
Yeah, like you said, Jeff, it's a great time for the kids.
Yeah.
That was number 14, Hunter Allen, on the return for the Spartans, and it's 1st and 10, Connersville. And here we go. Connersville set to start this drive. Yeah, a little confusion on that play. Number 47 for the Trojans in on that tackle. That's Jared Cox. And he drops Connersville for a loss. That's a loss of 4.
Unless there was some pushing and shoving that happened on against Fairfield, that would have pushed them back even more. But I think this one's going to offset and keep it at the 30.
Right now, just getting reports on the sideline. D'Angelo Birch does have the travel gear on, sweatshirt on, but still the pads on the lower half are still on. So we'll see if he decides or gets the clear. No helmet in sight.
Go ahead and give some highlights around the league, some scores around the Cincinnati area and the GMC. Dakota East at halftime at Middletown, up 7-3. As we get the calls for the penalties, it will be a holding on Fairfield. And then a dead ball foul, personal foul on Mason. So they're pretty much going to stay exactly where they were at.
And a good return at that. Fairfield's going to have it in a good territory to start their second half. And for Fairfield, they did just enough to get that first half lead. Obviously, probably you'd say the worst half of the season for Mason so far, but only down 7. And that can all change in one play with it only being one possession game. But on the road, we mentioned at Fairfield, tough place to play. If you trail, you're going to have some work. Wheeler will be behind Dominic back. He'll motion to the left side as he has most of the day. It'll be a fake to the left side. Kama's trying to get back, and it'll be wrapped up at after about a 5-yard gain. Dave Hutton on the tackle.
Looks like it was Simmons. He did a great job stalking back right there, so back couldn't get any more yardage on the scramble. No one was open in the Comet defensive line and creating pressure like they've been doing all night.
Yeah, Dominic Back has been very uncomfortable in the backfield so far today. Motion to the left side. It'll be a fake and a throw to the right. A lot of room to go and a drop for the Indians. Would have been real estate on the right side and a first down. John Abramson, the punter, but also a wide receiver, drops that one.
And that one probably, if that one's caught, that one's going a long, long way probably for the Indians there. On our score update, we mentioned Moeller and Elder playing tonight. 15-13 Elder lead at the half. And then Princeton only up by 8 against Hamilton, 21-13.
Big third down here in the opening drive of the second half. 3rd and 4, Dominic Back looking, has a man, just caught a low throw, but good hands by number 21, Michael LeCue, the senior running back. Mason Thomas, the wide receiver, plus size, just gets his fingertips on it.
That was a great job, great throw by Back to Thomas. And again, a great catch by Thomas to get upfield, also get the first down and more. Continue this Indian drive.
An easy catch and throw for the Indians, trying to make it a long drive. Be a fake and a great tackle from the senior captain, Alex Brown. He loves it. And can't draw it up any better than that.
Yeah, Alex Brown, he got in there immediately. Another one of those guard tackle pulls on the backside. And then they...
Harney's pass will be intended for number 3, Gabe Weiss. That'll fall incomplete. In coverage, number 9, John Feldbergy. And that'll bring the Colonels to 3rd down. And it's 3rd and long for the Covcath Colonels. There's a flag on the play. Carney will connect to number 9, Dylan Geyser. Geyser will be tackled by number 0, Michael Tinscher. It is now 4th and 11 for the Cuff Cath Colonels on the 19-yard line. After the punt, the Birds will receive the ball on the 19-yard line. 1st and 10 Highlands.
Six, 7. 4th down and 1 for the Loveland Tigers offense. They'll come to the line here.
Here's your Warriors on defense. Under center. Fakes the give. He keeps it.
They got to stop fouling for that. Because they keep faking that. They keep faking that run to the fullback, and then the QB's keeping it. I don't think the QB is always keeping it. So I think Coach Murphy needs to make that adjustment. Tell the defense, don't worry about the running back. Worry about the quarterback. He's the one who's keeping it. Maybe put a cornerback on a blitz or put a defender on the outside so it doesn't have a lane to the side he wants to go to.
Yeah, I mean, this offense of the Tigers, they got just enough different people that can hurt you if you're not careful.
It is halftime here at the Pit in one of the best atmospheres you're going to find anywhere. The first sellout here in 16 years, and it is sounding every bit like a crowd that is fully invested and fully packed out here in East Price Hill. The Panthers leading at 15-13 at the break, but it was Moeller that jumped out to the early start on their first drive. Cooper McCutcheon on the delivery from Matt Ponatoski in the back of the end zone. But after that, it was tough sledding for Moeller for most of the rest of the half. Caden Eastep and the Panthers got the ball. They drove down, and he fired a deep pass on 3rd and long to Jackson Ruth. An unbelievable catch, and this place absolutely exploded. One of the bigger crowd pops I've ever heard and maybe will ever hear in high school football. That sent the crowd into a frenzy, made it 7-7. And after that, the defense for Elder backed up Moeller. Moeller has really shot themselves in the foot this half with penalties. On the offensive end, it's been holding calls almost every time Ponatoski drops back to pass. And in this instance, that backed them all the way up inside their own 10-yard line. Ponatoski went scrambling again. Another holding call, this time in the end zone, and it granted the Panthers 2 points. This crowd, again, went absolutely nuts. So after the free kick, Moeller sending it back to Elder. Elder drove back down and scored. Jackson Ruth again, his second touchdown catch of the night, second touchdown pass for Eastep. It was looking like the Panthers were going to go into the break with a 15-7 lead, but not so fast, said Matt Ponatoski, one of the best athletes in the Cincinnati area. Ohio Mr. Football his junior year and baseball. Well, he didn't waste any time finding Reggie Watson right down the seam. The kid can fly. He's only 5'8", but he runs a 4.4, and he's committed to Louisville, and he really showed off the wheels right down the seam. First play from scrimmage, punched Elder back, went for 2 points and the tie, didn't get it, so that's where we stand now. Elder 15, Moeller 13 in this GCL championship game. It's been everything we wanted so far. Hopefully it ends just the way it started.
to Nasir Salam. He's trying to get loose, but not letting him go. In the middle of that defense was number 52, Dominic Nelson.
How does a 5'9", 165-pound kid run so violently and so hard to take down?
As Nelson was hanging on for everything he had.
Love watching him play.
We talked about that D-line for Ron Kelly. 238, 228, 215, 214. After what we saw last week, smallish. And I think that's why LaSalle feels like they can run the ball between the tackles, as Lancer's got that big offensive line. Carter will hand it to Salam again. Cuts it to 50. The 10 still on his feet inside the 5. He's going to
Oh my
score!
goodness! Nasir, are you serious?
Wow! Bouncing off defenders, hit, spun around at the 5, and Nasir Salam goes in for his second touchdown of the season.
This defense got the check engine light on right now. They do not look happy, buddy.
Wow!
Wow.
And you had just talked about David Malone, or you just talked about Salam doing that.
Yeah, gosh, he runs violent, doesn't he?
What a run.
Oh,
High
bad snap.
Taken, and he's going to run it in for 2. What an intelligent play by Jack McLaughlin.
Athlete.
He knew if he puts that down, that PAT's going to be blocked.
No doubt about it. I hope Peyton.
And it'll be offsides on the Warriors. They were looking for him to jump, and they got it there. You can't not do that.
Yeah, he fooled the Warriors defense into jumping.
Cannot do that. That'll hurt your team in a hurry.
The Warriors got
an unfortunate turn of events there. The Loveland Tigers will now have a first down. First down and 10 from the Warriors' 11-yard line, as they are now close to scoring. This Warriors defense needs a big play here. Hopefully they can get a turnover.
Here they are. Got a man in motion.
Oh, hickory dickory. We got some trickery. He'll get a good gain of 4 yards there. About 3-4 yards on the carry.
6-yard line.
So it'll be second down, like 6 or 7. For the Loveland Tigers. They'll give him second down and 5. Our monitor is still out.
Clock rolling. 5:22. Looks like they didn't get much any yardage on that play. Make sure that's in the... Yeah, you'll have to forgive us. We're having technical difficulties.
It's third down, folks. Let's hear these Warriors fans as they're making some noise.
3rd and 5. There's a give. Nice yardage.
And they'll drive him back. Good play there by the Warriors defense to hold up and force 4th down inside the 10-yard line.
Okay, so
it looks like they're bringing the field goal crew onto the field and walking the offense off the field.
This is where the Warriors need to block this.
Oh, no, never mind. The quarterback will come back out onto the field.
Well, I mean, yeah, they realize that a touchdown and an extra point puts them in the lead here.
4th down and 1. QB lines up under center. I assume our camera's shaking. Did he get in? No!
They're calling it. I see players signaling, but no official.
Haven't gotten a signal from the refs yet.
And they're not gonna if they haven't signaled by now.
They will call him short. They'll call him short, and we'll get a replay here, but I'm not going to be able to see it.
4th and 1, they're calling it.
Whoa, hold on. That last play was 4th down. Oh.
Under
well,
center.
they got the first down, but not the touchdown, and they'll get the touchdown.
He's in the end zone. That's a touchdown.
There appears to be a flag on the field. See Warriors players clapping, and this Tigers offense will start to walk back.
Okay.
There we go.
So that call went against Loveland.
Tigers commit a costly penalty there for themselves. That'll back them up 5 yards, so now it'll be 1st and goal from the 5-yard line. Oh. Oh,
okay,
the penalty,
so the touchdown's good.
The penalty being forced on the kickoff.
Oh, this is a point after touchdown went. Kick is up. Kick is good. So with 3:28 left to go in the 3rd quarter here, we have a score. The visiting Loveland Tigers 10.
Nonetheless, good coverage. It'll make it a 3rd and 9.
Yeah, I think Messiu probably had a chance at that one, and it looked like the Indian receiver kind of pulled him away from that ball. Probably could have been called offensive pass interference, but they go ahead and leave the flag in the pocket.
Jaden Lorenzen will carry the ball all the way to the end zone for the extra 6 points on the board.
Watch this little swing pass to the far side.
23-14 against the Cov-Cap Colonels.
Again, looking to pass. That's a man up the middle, but it's deflected. There on the coverage, Darren Knotts.
Point for the Birds, number 49,
Middle of the field.
Anderson.
I don't know which one would have been better. The fact that if he would have caught that, Darren Knotts was there to clean his clock, or the fact that he didn't catch that.
He's to the 30, 35,
Absolute run by Katie's dad. He's just sneaky strong and sneaky fast. Just got away from that Moeller linebacker unit, got into the secondary. They weren't ready for that burst of speed he showed, and just the wherewithal to stay up, avoid tackles, and make his way into Moeller territory. Exactly how Elder wanted to start this first drive.
And that is a big one because now it gets to the other side of the field. The 1st down and 10 at the 47-yard line for the Panthers into Moeller territory. 10:55 left, 15-13, Elder with the lead. 2 wide receivers to the right. Now Jackson Ruth goes in motion. He goes inside now, and now looking across his E-step, rolling to his right. Throwing down the field to the right. A flag is down. The catch is made at the 25-yard line. I think this is coming back.
Just got a little bit outside with that arm. Just hooked the Moeller defender a little bit too much, and a beautiful throw, unfortunately. Actually, it's going to be Kenny Baker, but a beautiful throw getting taken off the board by a hold.
Yeah, the Panthers had 4 penalties for 35 yards in the first half, and now that's their first penalty here in the second half, but a big penalty again after that nice gain, and now this negates and it brings it back to the other side of the field. So the Panthers will have to get a 1st and 20 at the 43-yard line, their own 43 this time.
That is really tough, and it's the danger that really Elder faces every time they roll out of the pocket with Katie Steps. Hard to block these talented Moeller front 7 for too long, and they couldn't right there.
2 wide receivers set to the right, and now Walligman to the left side. They've got 2 to the left. Empty backfield for E-step, steps and throws. It's complete to Walligman at the 47, and not much there, but gain of 4 for the Panthers, and a tackle was made by Jake.
Colonels, number 22, Owen Pitzer, will run the ball, catch and carry 91 yards for a touchdown, bringing the score up 24-20, Highlands. On the kick, the extra point, number 96, Logan Zembrot. And the kick is good. Now bring the score 24-21, Highlands Bluebirds.
Ball placed at the 4-yard line of Middletown. Third down and goal for the Coyotes.
Minutes remaining, a 3rd and 7 for Alex Noggle and company. If you're just now joining us, D'Angelo Birch out with a leg injury in the second quarter. Doesn't look like he's back to return. Noggle looking to throw. Looks left, nowhere. Escapes out of the pocket and will have to go out of bounds. Another chance for Mason. It'll be about a gain of 2. A gain of 1. And they'll bring out the kicking unit in Max Gogol. Not a lot of chances for Max Gogol this year. Not a lot of pressure chances at that. And this is a big chance for him to get this team on the board.
Yeah, get this team on the board, and then the defense has been playing well all night, and then possibly get the lead.
Gogol has the leg. Does he have the accuracy? Whistle's blown before the kick. Emerson Bikey will be the holder. delay a game on Mason, something you can't afford to have.
Wow, that's a rough one right there.
And that's going to scoop back Gogol. About nothing too crazy, still about a 35-yard field goal on the left hash. Gogol ready, Bikey. Good hold, and it's partially blocked. And the Comets go away empty.
Wow, that's a bad turn of events. They let number 4 off the edge scot-free, and he went right to the kicker, Gogol, and able to tip that one.
That was a high snap, but it was a good hold from Bikey. Nothing that Gogol did wrong, but as you said, on the outside, Fairfield found a way to get their hands on it. And Mason, you didn't even want to end with 3, but if you got 3, it would be a chance where if you get a stop and a touchdown, you take the lead, but they end with nothing. And now they're in need of a stop. Still a lot of time left, 11 minutes to go in the game.
I mean, if you're a Fairfield here, you just run this clock, right? You just run the ball.
They've done it all season. A lot of room on the left side. Great tackle there on the left side. Huge play to stop.
Ja'Kai Killens, sophomore safety, playing a little bit down to play linebacker, and he was sprinting after that wide receiver to make the tackle. Great job there by Killens. That's probably potentially a big play, obviously stopper, and maybe a touchdown stopper right there.
Gives it up the middle, and not much doing there. The Panthers push it back.
Defensive front call, huge advantage. Henry Fort can't beat Fort Camp. All the Panthers defenders converge in the backfield. And that decision by Reggie Watson to take the ball. Coming up huge. Elder already 5-minute drive on offense. They're going to get the ball back.
Up front is huge, and again, a great punt by Estep. That's the second time he has done that. He pinned them, but I still don't understand why he fielded that punt. That would have went in the end zone. But that is 2 safeties. I don't remember in my time of a game having 2 safeties in one game. Have you seen it? I don't know. We have to get our Crackerjack stat crew to work this one, but right now, 17-13 Elder with the lead. And that play was a safety tackle by Henry Camp in the end zone. It was 1 play, -4 yards, a 5-second time of possession. And Henry Camp gets the safety in the end zone. Panthers lead it 17-13, and they're going to get the ball back.
Yeah, and if you're Elder, you got to sustain a long drive, and it's got to end with points. Any point will put you up at least a touchdown, so you got to get points, you got to take time away. Hopefully Matt Pontowski doesn't touch the field till we head towards the 4th quarter.
Malabar will look to kick this one at the 20-yard line to set this one up for the safety kick. 7:17 left here in the 3rd. And it's going to be taken. It's Lammers at the 35 to the 40. He's at the 45 and gets to the 47-yard line. So a nice return by Lammers to get the Panthers.
It was interesting. It was kind of a different decision from Malabar on this kickoff than it was the first safety kickoff, and decided to squib that one. He really booted the first one, so advantageous for him. They're going to start the drive. They're in much better position, pretty much the exact same part of the field where they just had to punt from.
3rd quarter of play, 17-13 Elder. They'll have the football. 1st and 10 at the 47-yard line, leading 17-13, as I mentioned, after that second safety of the game. The first one came with Moeller getting a holding penalty in the end zone. The second one was Camp tackling him in the end zone. 1 wide receiver set for the Panthers to the right side. Becker in the backfield, he gets the carry. Becker spins to the outside and now tries to go inside. And Muller's going to get it. Muller's going to get it at the 50-yard line. It was number 5, Grant Emery with the recovery. And a huge break for the Crusaders after Elder looked like they were starting the big momentum.
And just like that, it's exactly what Elder couldn't have happened. But this Moeller team never say die attitude. They stay right in it. When their back's against the wall, they fight back. Got the ball back. And talked about Matt Pontowski potentially being off the field to the 4th quarter. Not the case for Elder. He's going to come out right here and try to give the Crusaders the lead.
That is a big play. Becker with the fumble. And not too many turnovers for the Elder Panthers this season. That was a huge one right there. 17-13, Elder on top. 7:05. We go the other way from right to left at the Elder Panther 49-yard line. 3 wide receivers to the left and 1 to the right. Potatowski looking at Julian, looking to throw. Down the field, he's got a man open at the 40,
Reader, maybe a yard, brought down by a pack of Lancers.
Led by Shabar Jones and Rodney Spraggs.
Another senior. It seems like we've been calling a lot of senior night names tonight on this field. A lot of them making a lot of big plays.
2nd and 9, 40-yard line, man. Let's go, D.
Boy, I tell you what, Hayden Neff, the freshman, on the field for just about every snap. You'd like to have him playing for that freshman team, wouldn't you? Colash back to pass, fires across the middle, finds Higwood for a first down inside the 20-yard line down to the 18. And
play action. Run, 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 play action.
Things are getting uncomfortable for this Lancer team as Roncalli finding some rhythm offensively. Quick pitch to the outside. There's Alex Jarvis, and he will get pushed out of bounds. There is a flag on that side.
Should be holding.
You would think so. We've seen it enough times on the Lancer offensive line.
Right. It'll be holding on Roncalli.
And this is a position that this Roncalli offense doesn't like, nor does anybody really like behind the sticks. But when you're a run-based offense, it's even more difficult. I think they're going to mark it off from the original line of scrimmage, which will make it a 1st and 20. Back at the 27-yard line.
Nice. Lancer defense a little shorthanded tonight. No Nakari Isaacs, no Aiden Arnold.
They did get back Claude Moore. That's a big one.
Getting back Claude helped, for sure.
Without a doubt.
1st and 20. Hand the ball
and off to Jarvis around that left side. Another flag, and that's also in the area of, you would think, Martin, maybe another?
We'll see. I'm not sure. Let's hope it's not going to go against the guys in black and red.
Another hold, possibly?
Move it back.
(17-13) over at the pit. 4:48 to play.
Elder giving them all they can handle.
In the 3rd quarter, the Panthers with the ball down at the Moeller 25-yard line.
Whitmer's pass will be intercepted in the end zone. There'll be a turnover on downs. It is now 1st and 10 for the Cupcake Colonels. After the interception, the ball will be placed on the 20-yard line. 1st and 10 Colonels.
Yeah, Estep comes back and gets a big hand. Adrianco did a good job in his place, but good to see that there was just a cramp and he is back in. Looks like he's walking fine.
And we'll see if the running ability is hampered a little bit by those cramps. They do tend to linger, so that'll be something to keep our eye on as we head towards the stretch of this ball game.
1st and 20 for the Panthers at the 24-yard line. 2:44 and counting left here in quarter number 3. Panthers lead it 17-13. Updating the Coldwell Banker scoreboard, LaSalle with a 22-7 lead over Roncalli. 3 wide receivers set to the right, 1 to the left side. Shotgun setup for Estep back at his 30. Looking to throw, throws it to the left side. It's complete. Walligman inside the 20 to the 16-yard line.
A really nice job by Walligman. Just able to slip underneath on kind of just a normal little 5-yard drag right across the middle of the field. Estep hit him right in the hands. He was able to lead his momentum upfield, get as many yards as possible. And looking at about a 2nd and 10 with how well Elders moved the ball on this drive. Not out of the question at all.
No, exactly. 2:01 to go in this. And looks like we get a timeout here with 2:01 to go. Updating the Coldwell Banker scoreboard update. It's Highlands with a 20.
Harney's pass will be intended for number 7, Logan Sanning, and will fall incomplete. It's 3rd down. It is now 3rd and 2 for the Colonels on the 39-yard line. Harney on the carry. He'll run the ball out of bounds. And will be good for a 1st down for the Colonels. He'll be forced out by number 8, Chase Jacob. It is now 1st and 10, Covcath. Ball's placed on the 47-yard line. On the run, number 9, Dylan.
Fourth down and 2. Play of the game. Noggle himself. First down and touchdown. Alex Noggle has found a way, and the Comets, pending the extra point, have knotted even with 4:45 remaining.
And that's that big man package that we've seen all season. They bring in Juan Bates, they bring in John Hendricks. They have already Alex Brown and Tristan Newhouse in the game. They motion out Birdsong, and then they take it right up the gut with Nagel.
Big extra point. Field goaler in the game got blocked. Gogol got it. Tie game. Ice in the veins of the backup quarterback, Alex Noggle. QB.
A 14-yard touchdown pass, and the Panthers lead it 23-13. Ray missed the last extra point. Walpole will get to hold this one, and the kick is up this time. I think he's got it. In the third quarter, it's 24 and 13. We'll take a timeout from Press Sports Radio.
Cash Harney on the run. He'll gain about 11 on the play. That'll be good for a first down for the Colonels. Dylan Geyser on the run. He'll gain about 8 on the play, making it 2nd and 2 for the Colonels. Number 2, Cash Harney, will be sacked by number 2, Isaac Neiman. And it's 3rd down. Pass will be caught by number 5, Zach Brooks. That was a first down for the Colonels. the catch, number 5, Zach Brooks. It's now 1st and goal for the Colonels on the 8-yard line. Touchdown, Cub Calf. Number 2, Cash Harney will bring it in for a touchdown for an extra 6 points on the board. That'll bring the score 27-24. And the extra point for the Colonels is good. The score now stands 28-24, Cub Calf.
He'll throw to the right side. It's caught by Abramson, and he's going to keep going. Kelling will take him down, but it's going to go back against the Indians.
Yeah, that's an illegal shift. He moved backwards, and then he was going forward by the time that ball was snapped way, way forward, and that's going to be the illegal shift that's called. Maybe in the Canadian Football League they'll allow that one, but not here in American football. That one will push him back 5 yards.
Hunter Gagnon, the field goal kicker for Fairfield, the lefty. As that will bring Fairfield way back at the 45-yard line of Mason.
Injured player down on the close sideline. Go ahead and head to another break as there's an injured player down for the Indians. We'll be back here on
Whitmer will connect to number 1, Gabe Williams, and run the ball all the way to the 45-yard line. And that'll be good for a first down, Highlands.
Donovan back. Motion to the right. It'll be a throw that way. Jake Kelly and company, everybody's there.
He just got back to the line of scrimmage on that one. Great job there by Jake Kelly, great pursuit, and then able to follow it up was Killens and Knotts, able to help bring that runner out of bounds, make it 2nd and 15, and they didn't stop the clock on the out of bounds because he was going backwards.
Yeah, clock's starting to become a factor. 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Whitmer's pass intended for number 17, Ian Garahan, will fall complete. That'll bring the Birds to 2nd and 10 on the 43-yard line. John Feldbergy with the ball, and there is a flag on the play. John Feldbergy on the catch and carry. And that catch will be good for a first down, Highlands! Whitmer's pass will be intended for number 17, Ian Garahan, will fall incomplete. It's now 2nd and 10 for the Birds on the 13-yard line.
Comets getting loud in their student section. Back throwing deep, has a man in the middle of the field, and it's caught. Something you just can't have happen. Caught Adrian A.J. Brown with the catch, and that will put Fairfield at the 29-yard line.
That's
We
another
do have
injury.
an injured player. Looks like it's going to be Darren Knotts down on the field. Was
Touchdown! 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 How about that? How about that, Cupcap? Touchdown! Yeah! Come on! Fort Thomas! Yeah! How about that? How about that? 6 points on the board for the Highlands Bluebirds! And the Birds are now up 30-28 against the Covcath Colonels with 3 seconds remaining in this game. On to kick for the Birds, number 49, Kai Anderson.
At this time,
Your
I'd like to
Highlands
thank our
Bluebirds will
Highlands
go
Boom
on
sponsorship.
to kick the extra point to bring the score 31-28.
At this time, we would like to thank our Highlands Boom sponsorships: Highlands Athletic Booster Association, Touchdown Club of Fort Thomas, and Megan Abner, Ken Perry Realty. Thank you all for making the boom happen.
And the extra point is good! Kai Anderson bringing the score up 31-28.
Eight at max.
Going back to that last play, obviously we don't know what we're talking about. If we're talking about runs, they're just taking a shot to the end zone. You never know what you're going to see with this Indians team. Corius Booker in the backfield with Dominic back. Fif 17 seconds, 2 timeouts for Fairfield. They'll drop back to pass again. Looking to the right, no one's on him. Looking to the right side, and he'll be escorted out of bounds at about the 22-yard line.
Nine, Kai Anderson. Receiving for the Cupcap Cardinals, number 11, Mac Cogswell, and number 9, Dylan Geiser. And Connor Carnahan will get the fumble, and the Highlands Bluebirds will win this football game! Your final score, 31-28, Highlands High School! Thank you all for coming out tonight. I hope you all have a safe ride home. Good night to all. God bless America. And go Birds!
At the 24. Comets cannot call another timeout. Gagnon. Ball is up and it's blocked. Comets will leave it.
They kept it alive,
And they kept it alive. The ball should be dead.
That should be a dead ball right there at the spot, and that's what
Did my heart just drop? I have never seen in my life. The ball is dead after.
It only goes live once the defending team touches the ball again after the block. And that's what we saw a very, very time ago. Leon Lett of the Cowboys touching that ball against Miami that ended up scoring that. Man, that should be a dead ball right there, and that should be the end of the regulation.
We'll see what they give. Hunter Gagnon, ball was blocked, picked up by the Indians and into the end zone.
Yeah.
What will they call here? And what they call here is the deciding factor of the GMC.
Wow, that.
I can't say I've really ever seen that. Brown was right next to it. He didn't know what to do with it. And obviously, Greg Lewis, the one picking it up, knew what to do with it. And they're going to call it a dead ball.
Going to overtime.
The Comets give a break. Wow, what a...
Trusting your seniors led. Came up huge last week in the win against St. X.
This is huge because this makes it an 11-point game and, more importantly, a 2-possession game. Right now it's 8. 2:56 left. Right hash. Again, 31-yard attempt for Ray. He's got the leg for this. Walpole will hold. Huge kick here. Here comes the snap. Here's the hold. The kick's got the distance. It is no good. No good to the left side, wide left. And with 2:52 left in this fourth quarter, now a touchdown and a 2-point conversion can tie this one up. So that was huge. We'll take a quick timeout. We'll come back on the Prep Sports Radio Network. Panther fans. They go right side with Reggie Watson. Ponitowski setting up now with a 2nd and 3 from the 27. Now throws it. It is complete. Incomplete. It went in and out of the hands, and that was one of those where Maddox Nelson had it and almost came up with it again.
He just got his eyes too far downfield, started bobbling the football, and Path made him pay. Big hit. Guard the ball. To get this crowd on their feet, looking like they're going to score.
Crowd of 10,169. The pit is sold out. Crowd the first time since 2009. They've been treated to a great one here. 3rd down and 3 at the 27-yard line. Over with the lead. 24-16. 2:44 left in this fourth quarter. One wide receiver to the right, one to the left side. Ponitowski sets up the give. Is Jocelyn, and Jocelyn across the 35-yard line. He's still with it to the 40, still moving his feet to the 43, to the 44-yard line, a gain of 17. And most of that was just with the push of the offensive line.
Just kept the legs moving and really had some help from his buddies, and big game for Moore.
2:27 left in the fourth. First and 10 at the 44. 2 wide right, 2 wide left. Ponitowski steps back at the 37. Looks down the left sideline, throws incomplete. It was intended It was intended for David Baum, and it was incomplete. So 2:16 left, stops the clock here Panthers with a 24-16 lead. So a touchdown and a 2-point conversion are needed for Moeller. Second down and 10 from the 44. Two wide receivers to the right. One to the left. Johnson in the backfield to the right. Fantastic step back, and it's 35 to throw. Right to the left. Now he's going to throw. It is complete. McCutcheon down to the 40-yard line of Elder. So McCutcheon gets, and he gets out of bounds with 2:09 to play. Elder still with that 8-point lead, 24-16.
This is big. Obviously, Moeller's going to try to save those timeouts as long as they can. We'll see. They got out of bounds on that one, but if they're able to keep those timeouts, you got to be wondering what Moeller's thinking. Give them the ball back to Elder if they're able to score quickly.
Yeah, 2:09 to play. Three wide receivers to the left, one to the right side. Jocelyn in the backfield to the right side of the pistol for Ponitowski. Ponitowski steps back at the 45, looks to throw down to the left sideline, and that is incomplete. Pretty good coverage on David Ball to the left side.
Really, years past, that's been the loneliest job for an Elder. That field corner one-on-one is put in a really tough spot with some of the speed they've had at receiver. Unfortunately, they haven't had to take the top off over the top threat this year. And so far, Elder's been able to win the big play as well as they can.
Three wide receivers set to the left. Now they go with two wide receivers to the right, two to the left. As they went in motion that time with Max Nelson. Jocelyn to the left side. Now looking to throw as Ponitowski throws it this time. I don't know if he had possession. I'm going to say it's incomplete.
Wow. I mean, that was a gigantic hit. I think it was Pete Fulton, but they
catch the ball, but let's see if they pick up the flag, but I think this is going to go on Moeller.
I think it's going to be a hold again on the interior, and it is. So this will
be huge to bring it back a little bit further, and again, they get a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. They're down 8, Elder with the lead. All 3 timeouts, Moeller does still with a minute 49.
It's third down.
How this Fairfield crowd is reacting. Right in the eye of the student section. Wide receivers flip sides. Noggle to the left. It'll be Birdsong. Birdsong with room. Birdsong to the left side. And out of bounds, but not before a first down. The running attack for both teams has been really good in this fourth quarter. Oh, listen, it's a 14-7 game.
It's a 14. It's a real low-scoring game here. 21 total points between 4 quarters.
Noggle by himself. He'll be a quarterback draw like it has been all day. Noggle spinning his way to the 2. And you got to think, Noggle using the role almost as D'Angelo Burt's. They're not switching up anything. But, man, you got to be careful when you got a guy back there that hasn't gotten a lot of carries this year. Just 15 for Noggle coming into this game.
Big man package in the game. Juan Bates and John Hendricks check in.
Big stuff for this Comet team. Almost 100% a run here. Second and 3.
They are.
It's happened one time this year against Lakota West. When the Comets got the ball at the 1 yard line, they didn't get it, and it ended up stealing the momentum. The Comets, it will be a timeout, Fairfield. It'll be the first of the game, but man, Coach Kastner wanting it right here, right now.
Maybe some mental warfare, though, for Coach Kastner, forcing Fairfield to take their only timeout. Maybe, again, mental warfare. Now they send out the kicking unit, and then they won't have a timeout remaining.
Man, what a game here on Friday night, week 7. 3-3 teams. It couldn't be more evenly matched. Will the Comets go for 2? Be a fake. Noggle up the middle, fighting, and he doesn't get there. Fairfield will take this one from the Comets, 14-13.
Wow.
Do I say I agree?
Touchdown pass. Also in the second quarter, Muller answered Nat Pontoski. Reggie Watson with a 58-yard touchdown pass. The halftime score was over 15, Muller 13. In the third quarter, there was a safety for the Panthers, followed by Kidney step Chase Walpole with a 17-yard touchdown pass. Muller followed that up with a 30-yard field goal from Jack Malabar. And your final score, Elliott 24, Muller 16. continuing support for exciting high school football. Have a good evening, everyone. Please drive safely.
Pick 7-0 Elder Panthers. They win this one over the Moeller Crusaders, win the GCL South Championship on this one. But nothing is better than seeing Coach Ramsey and Kate Eastep getting a hug on the field. Just amazing just the amount of work that the kids put in and to win the GCL South. But let's give the Cooper Electric star of the game, Will Summers. Go ahead.
Star of the game. I mean, you could name any of these guys, but we're going to give it to the entire Elder defensive front seven. They play absolutely outstanding, did exactly what they had to do to go get the victory. Whether it was Derek Green, Hutchinson, Dugan, everybody got home at some point tonight. 2 big sacks,
including, and you know, you look at Brody Turner and everybody else just doing it. The entire defense was outstanding. Jackson Ruth had another amazing game, and we'll get to that in a minute with the stats when we get those. But you know, it certainly is. Thank you to Tiffany Silo for getting us the stats. And Jackson Ruth with 9 catches, 139 yards, 2 touchdowns. Amazing. He also suffered an injury, came back. Caden Eastep, 21 of 29, 286 yards, 3 touchdowns. They had the 1 turnover with Tommy Becker. He had 17 carries for 70 yards. Caden Eastep with 13 carries for 78 yards. Just an amazing.
The Elder Scores are brought to you by Kelsey Truck Country on Route 50 and 275 in Lawrenceburg, Greater Cincinnati's fastest growing full-service dealer and the Tri-State's #1 Chevy lease dealer, all because your family believing in ours. From our family to yours, KelseyChev.com. And Greg, the dominance of the GCL South continues right now after the next week's ranking comes out. We're going to have 3 different teams through week 7 and going into week 8 that are going to be #1 in our rankings, right? Sanex had it earlier in the year. Moeller had it at a stranglehold for a couple weeks, and it looks like Elder's going to be that #1 team. This conference, Greg, is always really good. That's never a doubt, but the dominance this year is just a different level.
It really is, and you know, you've got Elder sitting at 7-0, and then you got 3 other teams Moeller, St. X, and LaSalle all at 5-2. Think about that for that, 22-6 overall in that conference through 7 weeks or whatever it is. Yeah, so awesome. It's been a great conference, and it has lived up to its billing because you just can't take a night off in the GCL South. You really can't.
Absolutely, Greg. Before we take a quick break and really get into this, I do want to talk about that Northern Kentucky game, right? We're going to talk about this game. We're going to come back to this game a lot. One of the best games you will see all year. 2 ranked teams, the Covington Catholic Colonels coming in at number 12, taking on the Highlands Bluebirds coming in at 5th. And Greg, this game came down to the literal last second. Highlands defeats Covcath 31-28 with 3 seconds left. Rio Littmer hit Tayton Lorenzen for an 18-yard touchdown. It was 5 plays, 75 yards in 35 seconds as Covcath had the lead earlier in that drive. What an awesome game. Highlands comes out with a big, big victory there.
Tayton Lorenzen's becoming a star right before our eyes. I think we're going to see him get some major offers. I do look for him to go to Power 4. He's only a junior. He can throw the football, he can run the football, he can catch the football, does so many things well. Coming into this game tonight, Highlands only had they had 13 different players that had scored touchdowns for him, but the only one with more than 2 is Lorenzen. He came into the night with 10.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and we're going to take a quick break real quick. Again, we got so much to get to. The Underground Sports Shop scoreboard, ranked matchups all over the place. Again, some Eastern Indiana teams dominating as well. Again, we're just getting started. We have so much to get to. GMC, ECC, some small schools as well. So stick with us on the High School Football Tonight show powered by TriStateFootball.com on ESPN 1530 and Fox Sports 1360.
Penn Station is turning up the heat. The Ghost Pepper Cheesesteak. Premium steak.
All right, gentlemen, who should I try to ring up here?
Through November, get it before it vanishes. Visit Penn Station or order on our website or app. Penn Station. Love your sub. You craving what I'm craving?
Dave the Door Guy with Overhead Door Company of Northern Kentucky with the joke of the day. Why did the garage door play wide receiver for the football team? Because it was always open. For more jokes and unsurpassed garage door service,
copy.
Call at 513-347-DOOR or visit OHDNKY.com. That's OHDNKY.com.
Make it more at Thomas More University. Our Saints Essential program is designed with you in mind. Enjoy all-access dining plans, easy parking, and more included with your tuition. Visit campus and schedule now at thomasmore.edu.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request 8.
I got him.
Obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
For 10 years, families have trusted Kelsey Chevrolet. Now we're driving forward with a new look, the same promise, and more ways to deliver peace of mind. Visit us today and experience the difference. From our family to yours, KelseyChev.com.
Charlie Clifford with Blitz 5 football. The wait is over. I don't know what else to tell you. It's Moeller and St. X, and Jackson Fry and Matt Ponatowski are going to duel to figure out who steals this chapter of the rivalry. Pre-game tailgate, 5 o'clock on News 5, 11 o'clock in studio, WLWT Blitz 5. Full highlights and reaction. Plenty other great games around. We'll see you for week 5.
Pens.
Stand by.
Ghost Pepper Cheesesteak. Premium steak, provolone, and fiery ghost pepper cheese. Only here through November. Get it before it vanishes. Visit Penn Station or order on our website or app. Penn Station. Love your sub. You craving what I'm craving?
All right. High School Football Tonight Show. Safon Elvey, Greg Shoemaker, TriStateFootball.com, here with you until 11 p.m., talking all things high school football in Southwest Ohio, Eastern Indiana, and Northern Kentucky, the Week 7 post-game edition. And, Greg, we are getting excited because it's our favorite part of the show, talking to some winning head coaches. We're going to go into the GMC and talk some Oak Hills football. We have head coach Dan Scholes joining us after they got a big win. They went to Sycamore and won that game 48-10. They've won 3 games in a row and improved to 4-3 on the season. Coach, I want to thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on a big win tonight.
I appreciate that very much. I thank you guys for all you do for high school sports.
Dan, great to hear from you. Great to see you back on the sidelines again. And, let's talk a little bit about taking this job before we get into this game tonight. You took it over late when Coach Roden decided to take the job at Fairfield. But, from when you took this job over, like I said, sort of late into the year, talk about this team and how it's improved, because you are actually a really fun team to watch.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I got the job on June 4th and had to put a staff together, and feel very blessed to have this opportunity again to be here. And I know the community a little bit and have worked in the district all this time. So we've really been able to get together, got some guys back on the staff that, we have 9 guys in the building right now on our staff. So I feel really lucky that we have those guys, and really fortunate to have those guys on the staff. So our football players see a lot of football coaches throughout the day. So we've really worked hard to try to learn each other, get to know each other, and that having the guys on the staff really helps for that. And the kids have done a good job. The players have done a good job of working and learning how we coach and how I coach, and I'm trying to figure out how they learn and all of that. So we've been really working hard since June.
Yeah, Coach, I want to talk to you about kind of the state of your team and how you're feeling through 7 weeks, because even a couple of these losses, you lost to Middletown. They're right at the top of the GMC. It was only 14-9. Lakota East, that's a well-coached team, only 14-7. Even in a couple of your losses, you guys are playing well, and now you've won out three games in a row. You got to be feeling good about your team 7 weeks in.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure out how to work together, and I think our guys are playing really hard. We make our mistakes. We made mistakes tonight, and I coached bad at times as well. So they got to cover for me. Just like all the teams right now, everybody's a little beat up. We have to figure out how to play through that as well. So we really feel good about what we've done. I wish we would have been able to pull out a couple of those close games, and that we had early. And I think it would have been, we'd be sitting here talking, really well about that. But our kids are doing a great job of working and playing and learning our systems and really buying into what we're trying to do.
Well, let's talk about some of your players that had big nights tonight. The transfer from Taylor, Aaron McFarland, throws for a touchdown, runs for a touchdown, and also catches a touchdown. This kid's versatility, what's it mean to you to have a kid like that you can line him up wherever and you seem like he's going to produce for you?
Yeah, I think it's been really fun watching Aaron grow and develop into the player that he has on our team. I know that he was kind of used to doing things the Taylor way, and now he's really bought into doing it our way, and he's been really fun to watch as he's gotten adjusted to what we're doing, how we do it. I think we have a lot of guys, have done that as well. So it's been fun watching him make plays and catching the ball and running the ball and, doing all of that. So it's been really fun to watch that. He's been doing a really good job of having, trying to be a positive influence. It's a little easier when you're making big plays to be positive. So he's been doing a great job doing that.
Yeah, we're talking to head coach Dan Scholes from Oak Hills. They just won tonight 48-10, improving to 4-3 on the season. And coach, when looking at this game tonight, you guys are really good on the money downs, right? You were 1 for 1 on 4th down and 2 for 3 on 3rd downs. You guys are moving the chains. Talk to me about how you feel about your team situationally, right? It's a game, you took care of business, but with some of the big games coming up, it's always good to improve in those big downs.
Absolutely. We need to do a little better job defensively on long yardage plays. We seem to give up those a little bit more as a defensive guy. And we need to work on that a little bit. But yeah, I think our offensive guys have done a good job in getting our guys in the right spots to be able to make plays. And and again, the kids go make plays. Coaches try to teach and do that, but the kids got to go out and make plays, and they seem to be doing that, and they seem to understand the importance of that. We try to stress that in practice a little bit, and make sure we understand down and distance and all that when we script our plays for practice. So it's that's an important part of understanding, situationally, and hopefully we can continue to get better at that.
Dan, one last question before we let you go. You've had some time off between your last head coaching job and this one, and I see you over there on the sidelines at Princeton every year, and in between as an assistant coach. But have you taken anything from your last coaching stint to now when you got this one? Is there anything that you've taken in between these two stints that you've learned that you maybe value a little bit more now?
Oh, for sure. I tell you what, I love those guys at Princeton. I love Coach Parker. And, I learned a lot about how he dealt with players. He's a master at dealing with players. And so I've learned a lot about how to do that. I think I've kind of said to some people, I'm trying to be kinder and gentler. I've kind of let some things go that I typically wouldn't have let go before. Whether, just some things that I've learned from him, and definitely how to work with players a little bit. I'm still hard-headed when it comes to some things, and I need to continue to get better at that. I'm not as good as him at that set of things, but for sure have learned a lot from just being around guys and watching how they coach and what they do. And when you're an assistant, you're trying to make sure that the head coach's job is as easy as possible. So I kept looking at what can I do to help make this easier for him, and how would I do this? And really have taken a lot of lessons from my time with him, and really working hard and talking with, assistants. When you're the head coach, sometimes you don't hear what the assistants say, but when you're assistant, you understand that, you hear a little bit. So I kind of was able to take some notes on how I should do things if I ever became a head coach and really wanted to be a head coach. And so been able to feel really good about being able to do that.
Yeah, that's head coach Dan Scholes from Oak Hills. Again, a big win tonight, 48-10 over Sycamore. Coach, I want to thank you so much for taking the time out to talk to us about that big win tonight. We always love talking to you. We always love catching up. Best of luck moving forward. Again, congratulations, and I'm sure we'll talk soon, all right?
I appreciate that very much. And again, thank you guys so much for promoting our sport and doing all the stuff that you do for high school sports.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate it.
All right. Bye-bye.
And Greg, look,
that's good stuff.
They play a good schedule, right?
Yeah.
They're playing well, right?
Right.
They've won 3 games in a row, even in the games, that they lost. Like I told Coach, they played well. They're playing well this year.
Yeah, and they got some talent. It's been a while since they've had this much talent. We didn't talk about the Cordell Ball kid tonight. He had a big night as well as Aaron McFarland, but he's another athletic kid. 5 catches tonight, 177 yards, 3 touchdowns. I think he had a couple more yards on kickoffs, and so he was around 200 all-purpose yards for sure.
Absolutely. Greg, while we're in the GMC, we might as well reel off some scores, right? Let's head to the Underground Sports Shop scoreboard, right? You can access the Underground Sports Shop scoreboard. Just head to tristatefootball.com/scores, and you can see all the scores from the tri-state area. Coming up from the cream of the crop, Greg, how about the 4th-ranked team in our Blitz 5 Top 25, Princeton? They were taking on Hamilton. They won tonight by a score of 28-16. And then some other games around the GMC. A really close game that came down to the wire was number 17, Mason, taking on number 18, Fairfield. Fairfield ended up winning that game 14-13. Mason went for a 2-point conversion in overtime, but they were stopped at the goal line.
Wow.
So Fairfield does win that game. Middletown was taking on Lakota East tonight. That was 14-16. Middletown 16, Lakota East 14, and Middletown with a 27-6 win there. And then Lakota West was taking on the Coleraine Cardinals. The Cardinals got their first win last week, right? And I think about 21 or 22 games, and Lakota West takes care of business there. It was 48-9. So, Greg, anything standing out to you in those big GMC games?
Yeah, like we were talking before, Lakota East, we were sort of like, which team is coming to play tonight? And for them to lose to Middletown tonight, I thought it was going to be a much closer game. Middletown, hats off after last week's first loss of the year at West. But, I just, when I look at that East team, sometimes they play really well, sometimes they don't. And look at Fairfield. Fairfield with Justin Roden, the old Oak Hills head coach, doing good things. Hats off, because when the season started, I didn't think Oak Hills or Fairfield was going to be in the situation they are now, playing well. They're right in the middle of the pack of this thing, and right now it looks like Princeton and Middletown is the 1 and 2 teams as this thing moves forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that wild card team right now, who usually isn't a wild card team in the GMC, is Lakota West. Right?
Yeah,
they beat Middletown, who's sitting at the top of the GMC, right? They just took care of business with Coleraine, right? And when they're playing, especially offensively, when they can get their groove on, there may not be a more dangerous team than Lakota West.
No, absolutely right. And tonight Jackson Smith threw 3 touchdowns and had a nice night, 8 for 12 for 179 yards. And they spread the wealth a little bit. They're still not running the ball. We talked last week. 22 carries tonight, only minus 17 yards rushing. And when you have Kenyon Norman there and he can't get any yards, you got to really work some things around, and Jackson Smith was able to get it done tonight for him.
Yeah, absolutely, Greg. And before we take a quick break, I do want to talk about one of our top 10 teams. Let's head to the CMAC, right? Because we got a historical start, well, I guess going in 7-0 for the first time in program history, right? Head coach Tyler Williams and the Taft Senators, they dominated tonight. I believe they kicked off a little early, so this game has been final for a little bit. They took care of business against Hughes 41-0, right? A week after they dominated Withrow, right? It was 39-0, Greg. This defense they've stifled 2 straight opponents, back-to-back shutouts. This team is just talent-laden all over the field coming off that state championship game last year. Coach Williams has these guys playing with their hair on fire.
4 straight shutouts now for the Taft Senators. Yeah, they are rocking and rolling. The week before that, they gave up 7 to Chaminade. There were actually 5 shutouts in the year. They shut out Jeffersonville in the first game. But yeah, they're fast. They got 10 guys on the Division IV team with Division I scholarships. So and they all look, I mean, I don't want to say they all look the same, but they're all sort of built between 5'10" and 6'1", and they all look like they're 225 pounds, and they can run like the wind. They can cover some ground. Tyler does a great job with that program, and they are a legit shot. I think they have a legit shot to win the state championship.
Absolutely. They're going to be there right at the end, and we'll talk more about them as we go. It's 10 o'clock, and we aren't even close to tired yet, right? We still have another hour talking all things high school football in the tri-state area. It's Safwan Ulvi. It's Greg Shoemaker, TriStateFootball.com. You're watching or listening to the High School Football Tonight Show on ESPN 1530 and Fox Sports 1360.
Charlie Clifford with Blitz 5 Football.
All right, what's the plan here?
What else to tell you? It's Moeller and St. X, and Jackson Fry and Matt Ponatowski are going to duel to figure out who steals this chapter of the rivalry. Pre-game tailgate, 5 o'clock on News 5, 11 o'clock in studio, WLWT Blitz 5. Full highlights and reaction. Plenty other great games around. We'll see you for Week 5.
For over 20 years, the Underground Sports Shop has been the local favorite for sports teams, fans, and businesses who are looking for quality products with prices they can afford. From uniforms and sports gear to fan apparel and promotional items, we take pride in providing you with the customized products you need and the service you deserve. To place an order, visit us online at theundergroundsportsshop.com or call us at 513-751-1662. That's the Underground Sports Shop, showcasing pride on and off the field.
Mela Services has been your one-stop shop for window and carpet cleaning for over 15 years. We've built a reputation for excellence with thorough, responsive, and dependable service. Mela's proud of our
All right, I will try.
Google ranking because it means we've delivered excellent service to our customers over and over again. So let us put our award-winning team of cleaning experts to work for you. Check us out at melaservices.com/football.
For over 20 years, the Underground Sports Shop has been the local favorite for sports teams, fans, and businesses who are looking for quality products with prices they can afford. From uniforms and sports gear to fan apparel and promotional items, we take pride in providing you with the customized products you need and the service you deserve.
If he doesn't answer, who should I try after that?
Fine at theundergroundsportsshop.com or call us at 513-751-1662. That's the Underground Sports Shop, showcasing pride on and off the field.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all.
He did not answer.
C plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now,
stand by.
Sure. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Welcome back in. We appreciate you hanging with us. ESPN 1530, Fox Sports 1360, the TriStateFootball.com team here. Safon Ulvi, Greg Shoemaker. We appreciate everyone hanging out. Adeline McCullum and Haley Valadingham from TGIFFootball.com. And then we also have Joe Waddell hanging with us with the P's and Q's producing our show. We appreciate you guys. TriStateFootball.com has all the scores and updates from across the tri-state area. And high school football tonight is brought to you in part by AE Door and Window Company. They sell the best and service the rest. Thomas More University. Accelerate your career with a business degree from Thomas More University, and Penn Station. Hometown love in every sub. Greg, going right back to the Underground Sports Shop scoreboard. Let's talk about some of our Eastern Indiana teams, right, Greg? We had some big dominating games over there. We saw East Central and Lawrenceburg taking care of business, and hopefully later in the show we can actually talk to head coach Ryan Kinniga from the Lawrenceburg Tigers. Both of those teams, Greg, are playing well, both dominating performance tonight. They were both on a running clock. Any thoughts on Lawrenceburg and East Central as they continue to roll on their schedule?
No, both of those teams have been playing, every year Lawrenceburg goes on these rolls after losing the opener to East Central. They're back on one of those rolls again. Crew Gilmore, their quarterback's been fantastic, and they got a very good defense, and they're playing like Lawrenceburg normally does after week one. It's just the best thing to ever watch. It's just crazy. I think it's 5-6 times in the last 7-8 years that they've won 11 in a row after losing the opener. So, and we're getting down to the nitty gritty of football here in Indiana, because we start the playoffs here in a couple of weeks. So they're rolling.
Absolutely. East Central was actually taking on Connorsville tonight, right? East Central won that game 63-0. And the last time we checked, Lawrenceburg was playing Rushville, and they were also winning that game 63-0 late in the fourth quarter. So obviously, we're going to assume they went ahead and won that matchup. Greg, let's go to the Bluegrass State, right? Let's talk some Northern Kentucky football, right? We had some big games going on. The inaugural season, right, of the St. Henry team over there in Kentucky. They were taking on Owen County, and Greg, they've won their second consecutive game. 40-12, St. Henry taking down Owen County. Caden Kunstick had 2 rushing touchdowns. Talk to me about this inaugural team. They've won 2 in a row. They're feeling pretty good about themselves.
And Dan Klaskins was telling me today that game, played last night on Thursday night, and he was like, you know what? They're in the playoffs now. They're 2-5 or 2-4, whatever they are, but they're in the playoffs because they've got 2 district wins that'll keep them out of being eliminated as the 5th team in that district. So, good stuff there for St. Henry's. Tim Odom's done a great job. He said it would take him a little while, but it's a program. It's a school where the other programs know how to win. So the kids that are going to come through this football program have won in other sports there at St. Henry's. So I don't think it's going to be but a matter of time before we start seeing them up there as a small school threat to schools are up there with Newcath and a Beechwood. Now Beechwood right now is so elite though at the small school level.
Absolutely. And some other games going on in Northern Kentucky, another ranked team in our Blitz 5 Top 25. How about number 20 Cooper? Right, a team that, Greg, they are getting their swagger back. It was a tough start to the season, but again, with a variable that they played a very, very tough schedule, right? It was a gauntlet of a schedule, and now all of a sudden Cooper is playing really well. They were taking on Dixie Heights tonight. Cooper with a 42-13 dominating win right there. Keegan Maher became the Jags' all-time leading rusher in this game. And then Cam O'Hara also passed 10K career passing yards. So there was a lot of history.
Wow.
Yep, absolutely. In this game, Cam O'Hara, 10K passing yards. And again, Keegan Maher, the Jags' all-time leading rusher now. So, Greg, there was a lot of history made in this game, but Cooper gets the dominating victory. And, Greg, here come the Jaguars. They're playing their best ball of the season.
Yeah, well, they've won 4 of their last 5. Their last 2, they put up 91 points. They outscored their 2 opponents 91-27. So, they're playing well. They got Scott and Boone County and Simon Kenton to end it out. This team could very well end up 5 wins in a row to get into the playoffs. And, again, there's no Highlands this year in Class 5A for them to get through again. So, could be a very interesting run here for Randy Borchers and those Jaguars.
Absolutely. Some other games going on in northern Kentucky. We had Newport Central Catholic taking on Campbell County. Newport Central Catholic with a 28-21 victory there. Boone County was taking on Connor, and Connor with a big 53-14 win there. Grayson Montgomery had 2 passing touchdowns, rushing touchdowns, and obviously, Greg, we know Connor's playing, with some heavy hearts this year, right? Head coach Dave Trosper, he is in our thoughts, and his family continues to be in our thoughts and feelings, and it's really good to see Connor, playing some good football as of late, right? They struggled early on because there was a big transition period, but good to see them get a big win tonight.
It was. 53 points for them. That's big. They haven't been scoring a lot of points against some schools that they, that they just been a little bit overmatched with. But, again, there's another team. They got Dixie Heights. Oh, they won tonight over Dixie Heights, right?
Correct. Cooper won against Dixie Heights.
I'm sorry.
Tonight.
Okay, so they had, so they got Dixie Heights next week, and then they
Connor
got
beat Boone County tonight.
Yeah,
Connor beat Boone County.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they got Dixie and Scott coming up. So there's another couple. They could put a couple wins together and feel good about themselves headed toward the playoffs. And Henry Clay, I think that's their last game, and I think Henry Clay right now is not very good this year. So they got a chance to run the table and again, feel good about themselves going in. Good job by Noel Rash and keeping these guys focused on the task at hand.
Absolutely. Holy Cross, they were taking on Frankfurt. Holy Cross pitches a shutout, winning 39-0 in that game. Greg, Holy Cross is playing some really good football as well.
They had never been 4-0 in their school history. Now they're 6-0, and for the first time, we had Kurt Spencer on in the pregame portion of the show. You can hear that on Spotify.com and in search box Tri-State Football Podcast. So. Yeah, look, it's an awesome time to be at Holy Cross. They got some players over there. They're young. They only have 7 seniors, he was telling us, and a bunch of sophomores and juniors playing a lot of snaps for them. It's good to see them doing well.
Absolutely. And Greg, since we're talking Northern Kentucky, we got to go over this game at least a couple times. The ranked matchup between Covington Catholic and Highlands, a game that came down to the wire, one of the best games you will see all year. Highlands with a 31-28 victory. Again, Rio Littmer hit Tatum Lorenzen with an 18-yard touchdown with 3 seconds to go. These teams literally traded scores back and forth, traded leads back and forth, Greg, but Highlands with a big and fun win over Covington Catholic.
Yeah, Littmer finishes the night 14 for 19 passing for 175 yards and a touchdown. As far as Tatum Lorenzen goes, that was his only catch of the night for the touchdown. And then on the other side of the ball, it was all about Cash Harney and his toughness tonight, but he was held. He threw for 227, but he only ran for 3 yards, which is kind of crazy for Harney on 12 carries. But he did have that late touchdown that was big. Geyser had 8 carries for 88 yards, average 11 a carry on those 8 carries, and a really tough night for everybody all the way around in that game. It was a night to. It was a great amount of football by 2 teams that were ranked at very, very high for sure.
Absolutely. A very, very fun game there. I do want to jump back over to Southwest Ohio, talk a little small school action. And how about an inter-conference matchup, right, Greg? Talking the SBAAC taking on the Miami Valley Conference. And we also have a team that is still undefeated, right? Williamsburg was taking on Roger Bacon tonight. Williamsburg wins that game 27-13. And Greg, Williamsburg is 7-0, undefeated through 7 games.
They've really played well, and this is a big win. I thought for sure, Roger Bacon and Northwest were 2 teams tonight that I had upset radars, and I thought that Bacon could come out ahead against this Williamsburg team, and well, no, it didn't happen. Williamsburg is running up some points on this board, and again, I was talking about the other game. I'll go over that one too, and that's the Talawanda beating Northwest tonight. That ended up 35-3. Talawanda is now sitting at 7-0. For the first time in at least since 1991, maybe even longer than that. But 279 yards by Talawanda tonight. Lance Cantrell continues to do it. He had 176 and 3 touchdowns tonight, giving him 23 touchdowns on the year and almost 2,700, if not 2,700 yards rushing. He's real close.
Yeah, Greg, he's one of the leading rushers in the entire nation.
Yeah.
Right. I saw a story that I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he's one of the top 10 rushers in the entire country through the first 6 games, and now it's going to be through 7. So what a historic season we're witnessing from that young man.
And this school, great job by Andy Stuckert over there. They just keep on winning. They came into the night. Now, they haven't beaten the team all season with more than 3 wins. Northwest was that team tonight. They had beaten up to this point had only won 1 or 2 games. So, Talawanda Harrison coming up. That could be the game. I think that's next week at Talawanda. I have to take a look real quick at the schedule.
Yeah, last time I saw, I think Harrison was winning their game as well. I believe
Harrison ended up
win,
winning that one too. So 51-13, and your SWAC teams next week it will be Harrison versus Talawanda for the SWAC title. Should be a good one. I think that's going to be a high-scoring affair. Both these teams can light up the scoreboard really, really quickly. And Preston Flick for Harrison tonight, 10 carries, 125 yards, and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, a game to look out for sure, Greg. I'm going to reel off some real small schools, right? Some D6, D7 schools, and you kind of tell me what stands out to you. CCPA was taking on Dayton Christian tonight. CCPA with a 44-7 victory. Fayetteville Perry was taking on Norwood. Norwood with a 32-24 win there. Summit Country Day was taking on North College Hill. Summit Country Day wins that game 44-14, handing North College Hill their first loss of the season, right? North College Hill was undefeated going into that game. St. Bernard Elmwood Place was taking on Gamble Montessori. St. Bernard Elmwood Place pitching a shutout there, 42-0. Purcell Marion blanked New Miami, 49-8. Cincinnati Country Day took on MBCA. Cincinnati Country Day wins 49-6 there. Wyoming took it to Madeira tonight, 42-14. And then Taylor versus Reading. This was a real fun game tonight as well. Taylor with a 35-28 win there. Greg, anything stand out with those small schools?
Yeah, St. Bernard Elmwood Place has won 6 in a row now. They're playing very, very well. We thought they'd be a team that would win 8, 9, 10 games this year. Summit Country Day, shocking, 5-2 now. 3-game winning streak for them. Big win over North College Hill. North College Hill, like you said, their first loss of the year, and they were playing great defensively too. So hats off to Summit because Mark Hafner over there is doing a good job with that team. They were in the dumps when he took that program over, and he's sort of got it rebounded 5-2, and they got some games coming up. Roger Bacon, Purcell, and CHCA. Let's see how they finish out. But that was awesome tonight.
Yeah, some other small schools going around the Southwest Ohio area. Bethel Tate was taking on East Clinton. Bethel Tate with a 47-13 win there. Clinton Massey, right, head coach McSorley just keeps on doing his thing up there. They were taking on Wilmington and dominated that game 38-7. Batavia was taking on Western Brown. Western Brown wins that game 28-14. And Goshen was taking on New Richmond. New Richmond winning that game 41-35. So one of the big barn burners of the night up there. And then Franklin was taking on Bellbrook. Franklin with a 21-7 win there. Greg, anything?
Wow.
Yep. Yeah. 21-7. Yep. Franklin over Bellbrook. Right.
That's a good win. I think that's their first of the year. No, I don't know, but that's good for Brad Childers. Hats off to Nick Osborne and the Western Brown Broncos. First win of the year, knocking off Batavia. Batavia is one of those teams that had a great year last year, and they've just been in a funk this year. They just can't get it rocking and rolling at all. Not like they did last year when they were putting up points on the board like there was no tomorrow.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We still got head coaches to talk to. We're going to hand out some game balls at the end, right? And we're going to run through that Underground Sports Shop scoreboard as well. We're just getting started on the High School Football Tonight show powered by TriStateFootball.com on Cincinnati's ESPN 1530 and Fox Sports 1360.
Hey, you kids, look. Hey, I kept ringing him, but he did not answer. So do you want me to keep trying him, or do you want to move on to someone else?
This month, put no money down and get 0% interest for 2 years. Plus, take 5% off your total order when you combine and save on entry doors and windows from Provia and Pella, Summer Space Awnings, and Clopay Garage Doors, and up to $125 off your new LiftMaster opener.
Find out more at AE Doors. Osborne, then Niederman. Got it.
We've been doing our own thing for more than 50 years at Gold Star. All so you can do your own thing. The Coney thing, the veggie thing, the fries thing, the juicy flat top burger thing, the cheesy, crunchy, wrapped up in a tortilla can't believe this is a thing. It's not what you'd expect from a neighborhood chili parlor, and we think that's a good thing. At Gold Star, you're invited to come as you are, like what you like, and follow your own recipe.
Mela Services has been your one-stop shop for window and carpet cleaning for over 15 years.
All right, Coach Osborne's on.
Excellence with thorough, responsive, and dependable service. Mela's proud of our 4.9 out of 5-star Google ranking because it means we've delivered excellent service to our customers over and over again. So let us put our award-winning team of cleaning experts to work for you. Check us out at melaservices.com/football.
We've been doing our own thing for more than 50 years at Gold Star. All so you can do your own thing. The Coney thing, the veggie thing, the fries thing, the juicy flat top burger thing, the cheesy crunchy wrapped up in a tortilla can't believe this is a thing. It's not what you'd expect from a neighborhood chili parlor, and we think that's a good thing. At Gold Star, you're invited to come as you are, like what you like, and follow your own recipe.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Stand by.
Eat the Ghost Pepper Cheesesteak. Premium steak, provolone, and fiery ghost pepper cheese. Only here through November. Get it before it vanishes. Visit Penn Station or order on our website or app. Penn Station. Love your sub. You craving what I'm craving?
All right, we're having fun. It's the High School Football Tonight Show here on Cincinnati's ESPN 1530 and Fox Sports 1360. Safwan Alvi and Greg Shoemaker from TriStateFootball.com. A big thank you goes to our sponsors here at TriStateFootball.com. Without them, none of this would be possible, so we want to thank them so much. Give them a shout out as well. Some of our partners are Gold Star Chili. Follow your own recipe. Mellow Window and Carpet Cleaning, the best in residential cleaning services, and the Underground Sports Shop, showcasing pride on and off the field. All right, Greg, as we love to talk those winning coaches, we have another winning coach on the line with us talking some SBAAC football with Western Brown head coach Nick Osborne. They pick up their first win of the season with a 28-14 win. Coach, I want to thank you so much for joining us tonight. And look, we know it's been a little bit of a trying season, but your boys, your players show a lot of fight, and especially tonight with that big win. Talk to me about how awesome it is to really get that monkey off your back and get that first win.
Yeah, it's huge. We started off the season with 3 guys out early on, and then the Martin RPI came out. We played the second toughest schedule, all Division III behind Toledo Central Catholic, and our non-conference was brutal. And we've been in every game up until third quarter, fourth quarter, and we just haven't been able to finish a full game. And we were able to do that tonight. Get up 28-0 and give up a couple of scores there in the fourth, and get a good drive. But I think the biggest thing is just seeing the smile on the kids' faces. Knowing how hard they've worked and the adversity they've had this year, and honestly, we're 4 to 5 plays away from being minimum of 3-3, and if we can put a full game together, we're a really good team.
Nick, talk about the challenges. You've had so much good success there. You haven't had a lot of moments like this where you've gone through a funk like this. Talk about the challenges as a coach and what you and your staff have to do to make sure that these kids are still focused on trying to get through this season and be better each week.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, we have a lot of young guys playing in some crucial spots. We're starting a sophomore quarterback, so he's going to go through his struggles. Just like every sophomore quarterback does throughout the whole tri-state, and he's getting better each week. He shows flashes where he can be the league, the SBC Player of the Year. He's going to continue to get better, and that's the biggest thing that we just try to tell our kids and staff is how can we keep it simple, what are we really good at, master what we're really good at, and continue to build off that each week. And last week we let one slip away. It was 7-7.5, and then 21-7 going the fourth. And our kids know we've been in every single game. We haven't been able to execute to our standard, and our kids know that. And when we practice, we have to keep preaching. We have to be better execution wise, and we did that really, really well for 3 quarters tonight.
Yeah, Coach, I want to talk to you about that defense, right? They played really well tonight, right? We know it's been a trying year for that unit, but I know you got to be really proud of those guys against Batavia, right? 28-14 win there. Talk to me about that unit and how proud you are with them and how they stepped up tonight.
Yeah, it was huge being able to shut down Marcus. Hugh Banks, one of the best receivers in the tri-state. Being able to double team him, be physical with him, and play coverage over top. And I think he had 3 catches all night, or 2 catches, for maybe 20 yards, maybe. That was a big emphasis this week. And, just trying to get our athletes the ball in space. And we missed a couple shots, down the field, but, that's going to come with time. Defensively, played really, really well. Ty Spalding played really well tonight. Dre Mitchell locking down, they're not as, going against Marcus Eubanks. So, it was huge. It was huge for our defense and a big confidence booster heading into next week.
Nick, you talk about the SBAAC American Division with you guys, Clinton Massey, Goshen, Wilmington, New Richmond, and Batavia. You get to see a bunch of different styles, the smash mouth style of Clinton Massey, the throwing style of Batavia. How fun is it as a coach to go up against so many different styles on a weekly basis?
Well, it's not fun at times, just trying to adjust to it all. Massey's Massey, the wishbone and line up in the bone and, running down your throat. You go to New Richmond, pips her out really well, spread it out, chuck it deep. And, Goshen now, is getting more of a read option team out of spread. So, it's definitely a wide variety, and it's definitely challenging, to prepare for every week and, new defense every single week, trying to get that game plan. It's been tough, but, that's what makes this game so great. And, just grateful for the opportunity. I think our league's wide open this year. I really do. There's, Massey's at the top right now, and now it's everyone's trying to catch Massey now and see, who can knock them off before the end of the year.
We're chatting with head coach Nick Osborne from Western Brown as they pick up a 28-14 win over Batavia today. And Coach, especially talking about some of your, your juniors and your sophomores who might be playing some varsity ball and, hopefully they got a couple years left. And when winning a game like this, right, is this maybe kind of like a statement win or maybe like a program building win, especially with those young guys who haven't had a lot of experience, right? After, the first couple weeks it was tough, but you guys win a game, you guys played well. Is this something you guys could build on, especially with those young guys?
Yeah, it's huge. And, like we've been preaching to our kids, you go look at our non-conference schedule other than Hillsboro. Everyone that we've played has had multiple Division I athletes and Division I commits or offers. Even last week with Wilmington, they have a ton of speed. They're super athletic. They're not the biggest team, but, they make up for that in speed and athleticism. You got Marcus Eubanks tonight, the Ohio commit. And, it's not – and that's why I tell our kids it's not like we're playing, a soft schedule. I think, we've played the hardest schedule in our league. I really do. Non-conference wise. And, this is going to make them better for the future. And that's what, me and our AD, Mr. Tim Cook, talk about all the time. If you want to make a playoff run, these are the teams that we have to beat. And, we have to, that's our measuring stick right now.
Again, that's head coach Nick Osborne from Western Brown. Coach, I want to thank you so much for joining us. Again, congratulations on a big win tonight. We're happy for you. We always love talking to you. We always love catching up and talking Western Brown football. Again, congratulations on the win, and we'll talk soon, all right?
Awesome. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
Appreciate it, Coach. And
That's
Greg,
good stuff, man.
Greg, you got to start somewhere, right? Again, it's been a trying year, but you win a game like that, right? And that's why I wanted to talk to him about those young guys, right? Get a win, start building a foundation, right? And something that it's not perfect right now, but you got to start somewhere, and that's a building block right
It just shows you, how fragile streaks and winning seasons can be, and all of a sudden, poof, they're gone. You string together a run like he has had over at Western Brown, and to lose like this, it's just not common for him. But it happens, man. It happens. I mean, look how fast Colerain fell off the face of the earth. It's just nuts.
Yeah, my alma mater finally won their first game last week for the first time, and head coach Jordan Streams will believe. And Greg, I was actually talking to you about Colerain before we went on the air. Like that quarterback, that young man, he's got a cannon for an arm.
He's going to be something. I think he's going to have the next couple of years are going to be pretty sweet. Yeah,
and because we've seen head coach Jordan Stephen develop some quarterbacks over the past couple of years, so. Colerain's a team to look out for.
Good call for that. Yeah. He does develop some quarterbacks.
Absolutely. And, Greg, I do want to talk about some games that happened actually a couple days ago, right? On October 2nd, We did talk about St. Henry getting that win against Owen County. We had Ludlow taking on Trimble County. Again, this was October 2nd. Ludlow winning that game 27-8. Clark Montessori was taking on Schroeder. Schroeder winning that game 36-26. Christian Hutchinson had 2 receiving touchdowns, and a rushing touchdown. So a big game for him. Blanchester was taking on Claremont Northeastern. Blanchester with a 36-6 win there. And then Laughlin was taking on Belmont. Belmont dominates that game 38-6. Greg, anything sticking out to you with those small schools right there?
No, I mean, those Thursday night games. Schroeder's a team that they went 7-4 last year. I'm a little surprised at where they're sitting at in the standings right now. I think they've struggled to get to 500. I don't even think they're there yet. I think they're still 3-4. But yeah, they're a team that I thought was going to play better this year. A team that you look at them and go, they had some kids coming back that were going to be pretty good. But we'll see. It's still a few weeks left. They could still turn this thing around.
Absolutely, Greg. I do want to jump over to the ECC, right? We have a bunch of ranked teams, top teams in the ECC. How about the third-ranked Anderson Raptors, right? They were taking on Turpin. Anderson dominating that game 58-16. We had number 8 Winton Woods taking on Loveland. Winton Woods wins a defensive battle there, right? Nothing new, 19-10 there. And then Kings, they were taking on Little Miami, and Kings with a 14-21 game. That was a close game as well, Greg. What's standing out to you with the top echelon of the ECC?
Loveland, they're playing everybody pretty tight. They're not winning. Bob Mullins in his first year over there, they're playing some stuff, but they've always played, for some reason, they played Winton Woods really well. I don't know why. It just is a matchup that they seem to feel comfortable in. Lebanon, they won again tonight over Milford, 37-21. They're still having a pretty good season. They're a team a little undersized, but they play hard. They have a lot of senior leadership. They could make a little bit of a run there. I think they're in Division I, Region 2. So that Region 2 is a mess right now. Middletown's up, they're sitting at number 2. They might be back up at number 1. I didn't see what Troy did. They were sitting at number 1 in the computer rankings there, but that's all the GWAC teams, and I think Springboro and Lebanon are in that, as well as Middletown.
Yeah, even like you kind of call them like the bottom tiers of the ECC, Greg. They're good teams, right? These are teams that play you tough, right? The Kings game against, it was a one-possession game. Yeah. Little Miami against one of the best, defensive teams in the ECC.
Nate's got those kids in his first year. Nate Mahan's got those kids playing pretty hard, even though it's not much like Nick Osborne over at Western Brown. It's not showing up in the stats or the win column, but eventually it will.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We have so much to talk to. Our number 1 team in the ranking goes down. We have a barn burner historic game over in Northern Kentucky, some dominating teams over in Eastern Indiana as well. Again, we got so much more to get to. Hopefully talk to some head coaches as well and hand out some game balls on the High School Football Tonight show, powered by TriStateFootball.com on ESPN 1530 and Fox Sports 1360.
Penn Station is turning up Ghost Pepper Steak, premium and fiery Ghost Pepper.
Yeah, I saw that. Do you want me to get him for this segment? Yeah, let's try to get him. Cool.
Website or app. Penn Station. Love your sub. You craving what I'm craving?
Dave the door guy with overhead.
Do you want me to prioritize one over the other? Maybe Ramsey?
The day. Why did
they
play wide receiver for the football team? Because it was always open. For more jokes and unsurpassed garage door service, give us a call at 513-347-DOOR or visit OHDNKY.com. That's OHDNKY.com.
Make it more at Thomas More University. Our Saints Essential program is designed with you in mind. Enjoy all-access dining plans, easy parking, and more included with your tuition. Visit campus and schedule now at thomasmore.edu.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8.
All right, Ramsey's on the line.
Great. Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on.
And who is our the other one you wanted me to?
Trace Reynolds.
Trace Reynolds. Okay.
They're
Do you want me to do what we tried to do last time? Just halfway through Ramsey, try to get Reynolds on.
Correct.
Okay.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vapor.
Okay.
One should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
For 10 years, families have trusted Kelsey Chevrolet. Now we're driving forward with a new look, the same promise, and more ways to deliver peace of mind. Visit us today and experience the difference. From our family to yours, KelseyChev.com.
Yeah, if I can get Coach Reynolds on, the only thing I'd ask is if we're able to do both is just give me like 30 seconds after Ramsey to transition so I can make a new audio file so I can record both interviews.
Sure.
Okay. Appreciate that.
5 o'clock on News 5, 11 o'clock in studio, WLWT Blitz 5. Full highlights and reaction. Plenty other great games around. We'll see you for week 5.
Penn Station.
All right, stand by, gentlemen.
For cheesesteak, premium steak, provolone, and fiery ghost pepper cheese. Only here through November. Get it before it vanishes. Visit Penn Station or order on our website or app. Penn Station. Love your sub. You craving what I'm craving?
All right, welcome back in. High School Football Tonight Show, powered by TriStateFootball.com, Cincinnati's ESPN 1530 and Fox Sports 1360. Safwan Ulvi and Greg Shoemaker, TriStateFootball.com. Greg, and we are excited to be joined by the head coach of the winning team of the biggest matchup so far, arguably of the year, right? It was number 1 versus number 2 at the West Side, at the Pit. Elder taking on Moeller. Elder with a 24-16 win. Now winners of the GCL South. We have head coach Doug Ramsey on the line with us to talk about that win. Coach, I want to thank you so much for joining us. And even before we talk about this game, it was a sold-out house tonight. Literally, it was a sold-out house tonight. Talk to me about the atmosphere and kind of how it was just feeling going into that game, even before it started and throughout the game.
Well, it was like it used to be, back in the early 2000s when people didn't sit at home and watch games that were being streamed and those kinds of things. People got out to the game tonight, and the atmosphere was great. I know I was just talking to our trainer, and he was saying that the trainer at Moeller has been there for 40 years, and he said it's the loudest high school football game he's ever been at. So it was just a great atmosphere.
It is so funny because being out there tonight and seeing, I thought the same thing. It's like, man, I always felt like it was always crowded in the early 2000s, back when you had Mark Millers and the Glathars of the world. And I was like, it was just an amazing night. And I thought your guys came out and they handled the pressure. And, man, Derek Oran was setting this tone early in that game on defense. Let's just start there on that side of the ball because you guys were really, after that first drive, fantastic.
Yeah, our defense was. The kids did a great job. They were physical, and we were just talking about the stats in there. We held them to 52 yards rushing. We had 3 sacks, and I think we got them called for. There was a lot of holding calls. Both teams got called for about 5 holding calls, but we were just getting pressure, and we were making life really hard for Ponatowski.
Yeah, Coach, and one young man I want to talk about, and Caden Eastep gets a lot of the attention, right, and rightfully so. He's awesome. But the young man tonight, Jackson Ruth, he had an awesome game tonight in back-to-back games with over 100 yards. Against St. X, he had 107 tonight, 9 receptions, 139 yards, was averaging 15 yards a catch, and he had 2 touchdowns. Talk to me about this young man, the senior, and how important he is to this offense and this team.
He's very important. He's what, 5'8", 150 pounds or whatever he is, and pound for pound, he's the toughest guy on our team. You ask him to block somebody, he blocks them. You ask him to run routes, whatever it is, he does it. He does it as hard as he can. If you had 22 of him running around all the time, you'd be in really good shape. He's just an old throwback football player.
You've had some great teams here, Doug, at Elder. And this one, though, when I say team, I mean, it seems like you get performances out of everybody. Tommy, we're sitting here talking about Jackson Ruth, but, Walpole has 5 catches for 70 yards. Becker's got 70 yards. You talk about everybody getting their hands in with the sacks. I mean, as a team, is this one of the, most cohesive groups you had? Because it seems like any given night, a lot of guys step up, not just any one person, a lot of guys step up.
Yeah, I think that's what's special about this team. I think that's, when you look at it, I don't know, are we the best defense around, the best offense around, the best special teams around? But we're a really good football team. We find ways to win. kids like each other. They play hard for each other, and they believe in what we're doing. And so when you have a group like that, because, I talked to them about it at the grotto today. Our senior class won one league game as freshmen. They won 3 games overall, and to be from that.
Coach Reynolds is on the line.
It's really a special thing.
Yeah, again, we're talking to head coach Doug Ramsey after a number 1 versus number 2 matchup at the Pit. It was a sold-out house. Elder wins the game, and they win the GCL South outright. And, Coach, I just want to talk to you about, the experience. You've had a lot of these games, obviously, but, when you get these environments and when you get these games, it's the reason why you keep going, right? Just, the fun, the community, everybody enjoying it, the strength of schedule, right? It's just a lot of fun right there.
It is. It's stressful, but it is,
Yeah.
It's fun. It's I think that's when you look at our league, it's what sets it apart. That we have 3. We only play 3 league games, but they're a tough 3 games. But then you also play a lot of other winning teams. Like you think we got to come back next week and we've got to play Highlands now. After playing LaSalle, Louisville, St. X, and Moeller, you got to come back and play Highlands. But it's fun. It's fun. It can be a grind for you, but as long as we can stay healthy, these are great games to play.
Again, that is head coach Doug Ramsey. His Elder Panthers defeated the number 1 ranked Moeller Crusaders at home tonight, 24-16. They're likely going to be the number 1 team ranked in our Blitz 5 Top 25. Coach, I want to thank you so much for joining us. We always appreciate you taking time to hang out with us. It's always great talking ball with you. Again, congratulations on this huge win, and I'm sure we'll catch up soon, all right?
All right, thanks. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
Man, that was an awesome night tonight.
And Greg, this GCL South, I mean, we talk about it year in and year out, this year specifically because, going into next week, the 3rd different team is going to be ranked number 1, right? And Coach mentioned it, the competition, right? Every year,
week.
there's athletes all over the field in every game that they play. And then next week, as you mentioned, you got Highlands, who just defeated Covcath. It's just a gauntlet of a schedule. But, Greg, that's why when it comes to playoff time, they're always ready.
Yeah, absolutely. And this league is very good again this year. And if you just look at what Elder's done to this point, it's amazing. Like you said, it did remind me a lot of those teams that 20 years ago. Then when he was a younger coach over there, and that place was packed constantly. But this team reminds me of that because there's so many different guys that step up on a weekly basis. That's why they're good.
Absolutely. Another number 1 versus number 2 ranked matchup. This one going to the Elder Panthers. And Greg, we're going to jump right into our next coaches interview, right? We're talking more. We're talking some swabble, right? We're going to talk some swabble football over here, right? We got head coach Trace Reynolds from Edgewood as they took on Ross tonight and won that game by a score of 20-14. And now Edgewood has won 3 of their last 4 games. Coach, I want to thank you so much for joining us and congratulations on a big win tonight.
Thank you for having me on. This is awesome.
Coach, I was out there. We were out there with the Gold Star Team of the Week on Wednesday, and we were talking. You guys had only won 2. We were sitting at 2-4, but you're right there in the playoff hunt. You get a big win tonight, go out and knock out another one next week. I mean, hey, you guys, you got to start feeling good. Like Saquon was saying, you won 3 out of your last 4, and tell us a little bit about the vibe right now with your team.
This team's gritty, and we knew that going in. We have great leadership with our seniors, and, I think you saw it tonight when adversity struck. We had to put our defense out there on the field to win us a big game. And they did. They came up and got a stop against a very physical and tough Ross Ram team. I mean, Coach Commons does a great job over there, and, they're well coached. And anytime you play the triple, you got to be gap sound. And, I'm very proud of this team, what we've been through this year. You look at our schedule, those first 3, your home opener, you play Oak Hill, GMC school, much bigger than us, right? We take them down to the wire, we lose 21-20, right? And then, you go to Springboro and you play the Badens, and, we're sitting 0-3, but when you're looking at your football team, you're like, hey, we're a good football team. Like, we just didn't capitalize on some situations. And when you play good football teams, and you don't capitalize, you don't execute, you're going to lose. But just where we're at right now, the vibes are great. I'm proud of our kids. I'm proud of our community for sticking with us. And, I think, we have a great opportunity coming up. Valley View's coming into town. They're a great football team. Coach King does a good job. But, the Edgewood Cougars are moving in the right direction, and I'm really proud of this group right now.
Yeah, Coach, I want to talk to you about that defense. I know you mentioned them, right? 4 straight weeks that they played really well, right? The only loss you guys had, you guys went up to Bellbrook, and it was, you only gave up 14 points. It was a 4-point game. Your defense is playing really good football. Talk to me about that unit and how important they are to your success.
Yeah, Coach Jason Heflin, our defense coordinator, he's been coaching high school football for over 25 years, and, he's done a great job of putting those kids in a place to be successful. But, we pride ourselves on defense. We want to take the ball away, and we want to make them snap it as much as possible and not give up the big play. And I think that how you've seen them grow over the course of this season is just getting those key takeaways or getting that key sack and, bringing back a guy like Sullivan Rothamel, who was, second leading tackler in the SOBL last year. And then Kyle Frankie steps up in that role. And, you have a Roman Smith at the nickel position who is an absolute stud. In our D-line, we returned a lot of kids, but just that, blue-collar mentality of, we are going to play physical every down. And, we're going to make you snap the ball and go toe-to-toe with you. But tonight, they sealed a game for us, and it was awesome to see.
Trace, this is your second year at the school. What's been the biggest difference between last year as your first year as a head coach and this year? I mean, what have you worked on as a person, as a coach, and try to get better at from year 1 to 2?
So for me, I stepped away from calling plays. My experience, it was all at the college level, and, I've coached pretty much every offensive position but the offensive line. And, when I come in last year, I tried to call plays and, I was trying to do everything. And, I had to put trust in our staff. And, Mike Wells has done a great job, our offensive coordinator, and he's got things rolling. And what I've tried to focus on is I got to manage the kids. I got to manage the football game. I got to call timeouts. I've got to rely on the people that I put in position to do a job. And I think that's the biggest thing for me is growing as a head coach is trust your people. And I think our coaching staff has done a phenomenal job, and they've worked their tails off. And I've learned to, trust the guys you hire, manage your kids, manage culture, and not try to do everything. I never want to be a micromanager. I want to put faith in the guys that I hire. So I just think that's probably the biggest thing I've learned this year and still learning every day. I think to be successful, you got to be a lifelong learner.
Yo, that's awesome stuff. That is Trace Reynolds, head coach from Edgewood. They pick up a 20-14 win over Ross, and they are winners of 3 of their last 4 games. Coach, I want to thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk some ball with us. It's always good catching up with you. Again, congratulations on a big win, and I'm sure we'll catch up soon, all right?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys for having me, and go Cougars.
Thanks, Coach.
Hey, man, they're starting to roll a little bit. Again, another team that played a tough schedule early on. Let's see how they bounce.
Again, you play Oak Hills, who, we know they're playing good ball.
Yeah.
Baden, that's a really good defensive team at Baden, right? You go to Bellbrook, your defense plays well. Edgewood, they're going to be a pain in someone's side come playoff time.
Yeah, look, I honestly think they're going to get in here. I mean, Valley View's going to be a tough one next week. Now, they win that, they've punched their ticket into the playoffs for sure, but and I wouldn't want to play them. If they get in, it's that 5-12 matchup. I wouldn't want to be Team 5, which would be Talawanda, maybe.
Yeah, and again, they're battle tested, right? They're playing teams above them in the GMC,
no,
right?
They're D2, so yeah.
They're definitely battle tested. All right, we're going to take our final break of the evening, and Greg and I are going to hand out some game balls. We're going to run through the scoreboard, talk about some of the big teams tonight in Southwest Ohio and Northern Kentucky, and then we're going to put a ribbon around this show. So we appreciate you guys listening. It's the High School Football Tonight show powered by TriStateFootball.com on ESPN 1530 and Fox Sports 1360.
Charlie Clifford with Blitz 5 football. It is over. I don't know.
Okay.
It's Moeller and St. X and Jackson Fry and Matt Ponatowski.
If I cannot get him, should I move on to someone else, or are you guys just going to not do an interview?
Rivalry. Pre-game tailgate. 5.
If we can't get him? Okay.
O'clock in studio. WLWT Blitz 5. Full highlights and reaction. Plenty other great games around. We'll see you for week 5.
For over 20 years, the Underground Sports Shop has been the local favorite for sports teams, fans, and businesses who are products with prices they can afford. From uniforms and sports gear to fan apparel and promotional items, we take pride in providing you with the customized products you need and the service you deserve. To place an order, visit us online at theundergroundsportsshop.com. or call us at 513-751-1662. That's the Underground Sports Shop, showcasing pride on and off the field.
Mela Services has been your one-stop shop for window and carpet cleaning for over 15 years. We've built a reputation for excellence with thorough, responsive, and dependable service. Mella's proud of our 4.9 out of 5-star Google ranking because it means we've delivered excellent service to our customers over and over again. So let us put our award-winning team of cleaning experts to work for you. Check us out at mellaservices.com/football.
For over 20 years, the Underground Sports Shop has been the local favorite for sports teams, fans, and businesses who are looking for quality products with prices they can afford. From uniforms and sports gear to fan apparel and promotional items, we take pride in providing you with the customized products you need and the service you deserve. To place an order, visit us online at theundergroundsportsshop.com or call us at 513-751-1662. That's the Underground Sports Shop.
Niederman is on.
Off the field.
I got Coach Niederman.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the number one.
Yeah, Kaniga didn't answer again, but I got Niederman.
The JBC plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great?
Stand by.
Means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the number 1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
All right, we are rocking and rolling. High School Football Tonight Show powered by TriStateFootball.com on ESPN 1530, Fox Sports 1360, Safwan Ovey and Greg Shoemaker. And don't forget that right after we're off of here at 11 o'clock, Blitz 5 is live at 11 with all the scores and highlights from across the area. Join Charlie Clifford and Jaron May tonight at 11 on WLWT Channel 5. And Greg, you know it's never too late to talk to a winning coach, right? Let's go to the NKY, right? Let's go to the Bluegrass State.
This was a barn burner tonight.
And talk to a coach that has not yet lost a game this season. We're talking about Lloyd, right? The Juggernauts, they took down Bourbon County tonight by a score of 22-20 as they move now to 7-0 on the season. Coach, I want to thank you so much for joining us and congratulations on a big win and undefeated on the year so far.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's certainly feels good to be undefeated. Certainly proud of the kids. They're doing a really good job. Great group of kids to be around. Coaches are doing a fantastic job, and give 100% props to that Bourbon County team we played tonight. Those guys were good. They fought all night. They didn't give up. They were well coached. So you get a win like that, certainly it feels really good, no doubt.
Well, let's take us through the fourth quarter, Kyle. The third quarter was 9-0. You guys were ahead. Then you had to stave them off. Talk a little bit about the fourth quarter, how your team persevered there.
Yeah, we were playing real well. We kind of had a little bit of a special team snafu and gave them some field position, and they scored on that, and then came right back and scored, and then we were doing some good things, but then we kind of laid an egg here and there. We fumbled the ball, gave them the ball back. But yeah, I mean, it was a really good game. And then that fourth quarter came around, and we showed a lot of perseverance. We showed a lot of, just a lot of dedication and teamwork, and proud of the guys, no doubt. But that fourth quarter was a wild one, no doubt.
Yeah, Coach, and that's kind of where I want to go with my next question is you guys have been pretty dominant, right, kind of through weeks 1 through week 6, and, playing this game, which was a lot closer of a game, right, you guys really got to learn about, your teams a lot, right? Winning by a lot is always great, and it's always fun, but, these close games, these battled-out games, right, you come out with the victory, so it's always good to learn about your team and, the guts and the perseverance.
100%. 100%. I agree with everything you just said right there. It's always good to win. It's always good to win a big one. You get some guys in, and we have had a couple of those this year, but no doubt, right? I mean, you play a game like this, you learn a lot about your discipline, your mental toughness, can the team come together? When times get tough, how are you going to react? And we answered the call on every one of those things tonight. So, but 100%, I agree with everything you just said. We needed that. We needed that game, and we additionally needed to come out of that game with a win.
I want to talk a little bit about a couple of your players. Lincoln Tomlinson's having a great year on both sides of the football. Last year as a freshman, was really pretty doggone good as a freshman linebacker. I think he had over 100 tackles, but you move him a running back this year. Talk about him and then his classmate Demarion Peterson's having a big year on defense as well. Talk about these two sophomores. They're really giving you a boost.
They are. Come back to, right, they're both really hard workers. They both show up to practice. They both show attention to detail when you're going over things in
whatever it might be, indie time or film. They're a student of the game. And then additionally, on top of that, when something does happen, they are diligently trying to get better at that. And of course, when you have that type of an attitude, you have that type of work ethic, good things are going to happen to you. Truth of the matter is they were pretty good players last year. They just happened to be freshmen, and we were fairly deep in the position they were playing last year. So, not a big believer in playing freshmen, but in the same token, them having good years this year has really not been that surprising.
Yeah, that is head coach Kyle Niederman from the Lloyd Juggernauts. They are 7-0 on the season after a 22-20 win against Bourbon County tonight. Coach, I want to thank you so much for joining us. Again, thank you for taking the time to hang out with us after the game. Congratulations on that 7-0 start. Best of luck in the future, and I'm sure we'll catch up soon, all right?
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
All right, Coach.
Man, I'll tell you what, they're all right.
They're playing good football.
I
They're
mean,
7-0.
He has built a program. They've had 19 wins the last 2 years combined, and they're 7-0 now. So what are they? They're like 20. So I think they came into the year like 19-5 over the last 2 years, so like 26-5 now. And these guys know how to win. Look, we were talking about their sophomore. They're going to be good for another few more years.
Absolutely. They do a lot of winning at Lloyd, right? There's not maybe a team that NKY that gets a lot of pub, right? But you just look at their schedule, right? 8, 9, Greg, 10 wins year after year.
He's done a great job there. I mean, he's been awesome as their head coach.
Absolutely. So appreciate head coach Kyle Niederman for joining us. And Greg, let's just jump right back into the Underground Sports Shop scoreboard. But before we do that, I want to hand out some game balls, right?
We could hand out some game balls.
A game ball
tonight.
Or two. Yeah. I can go ahead and kick us off, right? I got to start with the number 1 versus number 2, right? Yeah. I already talked about him in the interview. Jackson Ruth, right? 9 receptions, 139 yards, 2 touchdowns, right? Caden Eastep was awesome too, and he's as he always is, right? But when you get contributions, Greg, from other guys, right, that help your quarterback out on the passing game and in the running game, was a big contribution to Elder knocking off the number 1 ranked team, Moeller Crusaders. Elder looking like they might be moving to number 1 next week.
Yeah, let's give it to Highlands tonight for that win. And let's go with Rio Littmer, the quarterback, engineering that last drive, hitting Tatum Lorenzo from 18 yards out. Only touchdown pass of the game for Littmer. Only touchdown catch of the for Lorenzen as well. So a big win there for Highlands. Next week they're at the pit versus number 5 versus number 1. So,
how about that?
Yeah, man, we just keep getting really good games week in and week out.
This season is truly the gift that just keeps on giving, right? It's truly just
the top games are been fantastic. Yep.
Greg, I want to jump to the GMC for my next game ball. How about a defensive game ball?
Oh,
right?
There we go.
We're going to the Middletown versus Lakota East game. How about CJ Bryant? Right, he had 14 total tackles tonight. 5 solo tackles. He also had a half of a tackle for loss. He's been all over the place. He's one of the top GMC guys in sacks, and he also had an interception tonight, right?
Yeah,
so 14 tackles and an interception and a tackle for loss. CJ Bryant was all over the place. Middletown's defense dominant in a win versus Lakota East.
I like that. That was a really good game by him. Hey, I want to go over to, let's go to Lebanon. They won tonight over Milford. Their running backs, Logan Schmenk and Mason Reed, tonight combined to run for 181 yards, and each of them scored a touchdown tonight. So 187 yards in a touchdown. So really nice night for the two of them. And look, Lebanon just keeps on winning.
Absolutely good. And those are the game balls highlighting all the big performances around the tri-state area, Greg. I just want to take one more look at the Underground Sports Shop scoreboard before we get out of here. And a game we didn't talk about, a team we didn't talk about because the final score came in late, a top 15 team, right? How about Baden, right? 15th ranked. They were taking on Fenwick tonight, pitching a shutout, right? The defense for Nick Yorty's team just keeps on keeping on.
Yeah, look, that team, they're running the ball, and they're putting up master like major points and major yardage rushing the football. They've been really good. I knew they were going to be good, but they're one of the bigger surprises to me right now because of just how good they have been.
Absolutely. That Baden score is brought to you by AE Door and Window Company. They sell the best and service the rest. Our big thanks to Bill and Adam Weber for their continued support for high school football throughout all the years. And Greg, again, just kind of wrapping up all the big games as we talked about in bunches tonight. Elder taking down Moeller tonight. Elder looking like the number 1 team in the country, winning that game. And some of the other games, just big top 25 games. Anderson, number 3, taking taking down Turpin 58-16. St. Xavier, right, the game that was right here on these airwaves, they were taking on the number 1 ranked team in Kentucky, Louisville Trinity. 17-14 St. X wins. It's a big win for St. X, but Greg, and as Tony and all the guys Nick talk about, they do got to get some things cleaned up if they want to make a deep playoff run.
And that's the thing, right? They just haven't. They've been sort of in a funk all season. They haven't had a lot of great consistency, and we thought we were going to see that with them. We thought they'd be more consistent team with the seniors that they have. So, but let's not forget what Tony Shad said. We forgot a couple game balls tonight. Griffin Lions,
and Braden
Riley. So let's not forget those two St. Xavier guys having a great game on the defense for the Bombers.
Yeah, the Bombers, they have so much experience on defense, right, with Riley and Clapper and Daniel Vollmer obviously being a stud that he is.
Their
defense is going to keep them in games no matter what, right?
Yep.
That's just that style of team, right? How about another GCL South team that we didn't get to talk about, an interstate matchup, right? A top 10 team, the LaSalle Lancers, they were taking on Ron Colley from Indiana, right? That's a very good team over there in Indiana. Ron Colley, a traditional power. LaSalle with a 22-14 win. That's an impressive win for LaSalle, and a team that might finish last in GCL South is still a top 10 team.
They still could very easily be the regional champions in Division II. Yeah,
that's the way
they're going to be playing Anderson again there.
Absolutely.
And Anderson won big again tonight, too.
Anderson, with that 58-16 win and some games going around the GMC. Lakota East got defeated by Middletown 27-6. Fairfield took care of Mason 14-13, a 1-point game there. Some other games going around. Lebanon took care of Milford over there in the ECC 37-21.
Micah Thaler did not play quarterback, so I don't know how long he's out for or what, but that's an interesting. They got to win with Marcus Reed playing quarterback, but no Micah Thaler over there.
Yep, and that's something to watch as we get closer to playoff time. Absolutely. We had number 9 Taft taking on Hughes tonight, 41-0. Taft 7-0 for the first time in program history. Coach Tyler Williams, Greg has those boys playing really, really well. And then over there in Eastern Indiana, we had number 19 East Central taking care of Connorsville, 63-0. And then we had Lawrenceburg. Last time we checked, it was 63-0 in that game. So Lawrenceburg obviously got the win there. Franklin County was taking on South Dearborn. Franklin County wins that 28-10. And then we had Milan taking on Eastern Hancock. Eastern and Hancock with a 40-7 win there. Greg, anything in Eastern Indiana standing out to you?
Well, I mean, we talked earlier, Lawrenceburg, they just get hot at the right time of year going into playoffs. They're going to be a load. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see that team make a deep run into the playoffs and maybe get into the semi-state or the state finals.
Absolutely. And then Batesville was taking on Greensburg. Greensburg with a 1-point win there.
Wow.
31-30 over Batesville. Yep.
Greensburg came into the season having not won a game. So
absolutely. And then North Decatur, they were taking on Eastern Green, and North Decatur wins that game 59-14. And Greg, real quick before we get out of here, just those big teams in Southwest Ohio, the big Covcath Highlands game, Highlands versus Elder at the Pit. There's so much fun that we're having around the tri-state area. Just anything standing out to you with the big games tonight?
Well, I mean, the way the Moeller shot themselves in the foot in that game with the 10 penalties for 80 yards, the 2 late sacks in that game, that can't happen. And it just was a tough one for Moeller.
WSAI Cincinnati.
Sorry, guys. It's it went back to the it's hard time. That's why I texted you guys. There's a hard out of 59:50. So cut you guys off, but good show. I will not be with you guys. Yeah, Drew will be with you guys next week. I will not be. So Drew's going to be with you guys next week, and then I'll be back in the following week.